We acknowledge we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of council and city administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those members who are attending through video conferencing to ensure your video camera and microphone are off. If you wish to speak, use the raised hand function, and please remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair after adding delegation DE 21-322, Tara Robinson for item CR 21-160, community nonprofit tax exemptions? Councillor Stevens, I believe you want to say something on the agenda?
Request that we waive notice for MN 21-14, which is the poverty and homelessness motion that appears at the end of the agenda.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens requires a seconder. Councillor LeBlanc requires a recorded vote and has to be unanimous. Sorry, apologies, one moment. Thank you. We'll take, Councillor Mancinelli is having some difficulty with technology, and so City Clerk will receive his in writing via text. City Clerk will put up the vote shortly.
Mayor Masters, the motion to waive the notice period has been defeated as there was no unanimous consent. Councillor Shaw and yourself voted against it.
Thank you. It'll be read the normal part of the agenda. Councillor Stevens has provided a notice of motion for approval of the agenda. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Findura. I'll call the question. I'll do it verbally. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the City Council meetings held on November 10th, 2021? Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Sadnachuk. I'll call the question. Any error or omissions? Seeing none, any opposed? Carried. Just one moment, Council. Just City Clerk needs a moment. Thank you, City Clerk. We'll now consider the bylaws that require a public hearing. I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stadnichuk will do the first reading of the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws 2021-62, 2021-73, and 2021-74 be introduced and read a first time.
City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. These bylaws requiring a public hearing were advertised, and at that time there were no interested parties wishing to address council. The bylaws are as follows. 2021-62 is to expand the zones in which cannabis retail uses can be developed in the city and decreases some of the applicable separation distances. 2021-73 is to update the Fleet Street Business Park secondary plan area to accommodate a proposed water distribution facility. And 2021-74 is to rezone the subject lands to accommodate a proposed water distribution facility.
Any opposed? Apologies, Council. We'll do a recorded vote on the first reading.
Oh.
Mayor Masters, first reading passes 10-0. All members of council are present and voted in favor, with the exception of Councillor Zahidniak, who is absent from today's meeting.
Thank you. So carried. Councillor Stanijuk, could I ask that you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that bylaws 2021-62, 2021-73, and 2021-74 be read a second time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. City Clerk, can you pull the vote?
Mayor Masters, second reading passes 10-0.
Thank you. So carried. Councillor Stanichuk, can you please do the third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2021-62, 2021-73, and 2021-74 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. We'll call the question. City Clerk, please post the vote. Councillor Moll, can you vote?
Mayor Masters, consent for third reading has been approved unanimously, 10-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Councillor Stanichuk, could I ask that you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2021-62, 2021-74, and 2021-73 be read a third time. Did I miss one? 73 and 74 be read a third time.
Thanks, City Clerk. Could I ask that you please pull the vote?
Mayor Masters, third reading has passed unanimously at 10-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on to CR 21
No, you've got one more bylaw.
It wasn't.
We're doing 72 now,
Oh, okay, got it.
I do have to recuse myself, as I have a family member within the development that does develop within the city of Regina.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
So I would just do the same as we did before.
Okay, Council, we have one more public hearing. Councillor Stavenchuk, I'll ask you to do the first reading of bylaw CR 2021-72.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 2021-72 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to this bylaw, 2121-72 is to allow for a standalone commercial development and drive-through land uses to be considered in the Chuka Boulevard Mixed Direct Control District.
Thank you. I'll ask that you pull the vote.
Mayor Masters, first reading is carried 9-0 with all members present voting in favor, with the noted absence of Councillor Zakidniak this afternoon and Councillor Bresciani's recusal from this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Stavenchuk, can I ask that you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaw 2021-72 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask you to post the vote.
Mayor Masters, second reading has passed 9-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Stavenchuk, can I ask that you please do the third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that council hereby consents to bylaw 2021-72 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. City Clerk, please post the vote.
Mayor Masters, third reading consent has been passed 9-0.
Councillor Stavenchuk, can I ask that you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2021-72 be read a third time.
City Clerk, please post the vote.
John. Mayor Masters, third reading passes 9-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I believe now I can move on to CR 21-150. We have a delegation on this. One moment, please, while we get them on the phone. I'd like to call upon Delegation Aaron Gidluck. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to answer any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
We can, sir.
Yes, my name is Aaron Gidluck. I'm representing the Regina Professional Firefighters Association, Local 181. First, I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today about the Fire Master Plan and the Diversity and Inclusion Plan for the Fire Department. This 25-year Fire Master Plan was long overdue. Too many chiefs and years have passed by with the department only being reactive and not looking for a sustainable plan for the future. Local 181 and the senior leadership team at the fire department share a common goal of providing the best and safest emergency service possible for our community. In order to achieve this, we must have a plan to grow and meet the needs of our expanding city. Before we endorsed the Fire Master Plan, Local 181 engaged with the International Association of Firefighters to do our own Geographic Information System Emergency Services Response Capabilities Analysis, or as we refer to as the GIS study. This study is used to test the performance and capabilities of the fire department and make recommendations based on the National Fire Protection Association standards. Our GIS study is centered on staffing, response times, and new fire hall placement, whereas the Fire Master Plan is a much broader and all-encompassing report. Both reports identify the same issues and are making the same recommendations of increasing staffing and building new fire stations to meet our expanding response zones. Local 181 also supports the department's diversity and inclusion plan. We are committed to promoting positive human relations in all aspects of the fire service. Every member of the association, regardless of race, color, creed, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, or reason of disability, has the right to a safe and respectful workplace that fosters professional and personal balance. In closing, we would like to endorse the Fire Master Plan and the Diversity and Inclusion Plan and commend the current leadership at the fire department for their efforts in providing a responsible plan for the future of our department. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goodluck. I will ask members of council, do any of you have a question of the delegation? Councillor Moll.
I don't have a question, just a comment. Thank you for speaking to us. Thank you for all the hard work you do for the city and for your service to the city and all your members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moll, and I will take this opportunity to remind council that we ask questions of delegations. Thank you very much. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We'll now consider item CR 21-150, the Fire Master Plan. This item was tabled from the November 10th, 2021 City Council meeting. Councillor Hawkins, I'm going to ask that you please introduce the report.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The recommendation here is that City Council approve Appendix A Fire Master Plan, to accept OCS 21-31 as Appendix B to this report, and approve Appendix B as Regina Fire and Protective Services Diversity and Inclusion Plan. 3, authorize the fire chief to utilize the Fire Master Plan as a guide for further planning, decisions, and actions related to the fire protective services. And 4, direct administration to provide an annual report to City Council on the implementation of the Fire Master Plan, including aspects related to Appendix B, the Diversity and Inclusion Plan, and all environmental aspects of the Fire Master Plan. Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask the administration to outline the highlights of this plan, which is a 5-year plan, a 25-year plan. But before I do that, I want to say this. There were 2 areas of particular discussion in the Ops Committee when it considered this report. One you see in number 4, the recommendation, asking that an annual report to City Council be made on the implementation of the plan, including the implementation of the Diversity and Inclusion Plan. The second area of discussion at Ops Committee relates to Section B, which is a little bit hard to understand because it's included as an Appendix B. Appendix B is the Diversity and Inclusion Plan. The Ops Committee was especially anxious to make sure that there was a solid plan in place. They sent it back to the fire chief and his crew to present that plan. They did present that plan, and that's what you see in Appendix B, and you see in number 4 that we've asked for updates. We feel that there's a challenge with respect to guaranteeing that the fire service is reflective of the face of the community. This is no different than in every fire service in the country. What is important here is that there's a sincere and comprehensive plan to achieve this inclusion and diversity, and it's also important that Council oversee this on a yearly basis. The Ops Committee was satisfied that the plan in Appendix B is that comprehensive plan. We're anxious to see that it's implemented. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'd ask my one question to the administration, which is, can you highlight the notable features of the 25-year plan?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the Fire Master Plan is important to the city and Regina Fire and Protective Services because it serves as a roadmap for future decision-making and ensures that the department remains accountable and responsive to City Council and Regina residents. It is the first official master plan for the fire department in the city of Regina. Master plans are industry best practice to ensure right-sized, community-specific protection for a municipality. The plan is flexible and provides the ability to speed up or slow down to adjust to the city's growth over time. The Fire Master Plan identifies and explores innovative approaches to partnership opportunities and technological advancements. This ensures Regina remains a leader not only in fire protection, but also the prevention and education activities that are critical to the community's safety. As Councillor Hawkins had indicated in his remarks, the one change we had made partway through doing the Fire Master Plan, Chief Jackson and his team had made, was identifying diversity and inclusion as being a very important part of this plan. In the plan, you'll see a briefer descriptive of what that diversity and inclusion plan is, but Appendix B outlines the detail behind the diversity and inclusion plan. And within that detail, there are targets for the plan to be met, and I think with the addition of item number 4, one of the things asking council to approve is bringing an annual report back to committee and council to give an update on that plan. There was extensive both external and internal conversations to build this plan. And the company that we had do the plan specializes in doing fire master plans and has a great deal of depth and knowledge for building these plans. The amount of work that went into this plan was over a 2-year period. It was, to say the least, a very daunting task because there was no real framework within the fire department to build off the plan, so we virtually had to start from scratch. Any budget items, so any financial requests that would come out of this plan will come through a normal budget process. So there's, by council approving the plan does not approve building a new fire hall. It provides the framework and identifies the area for future growth. Any of those items would come back to committee and council, would come through the normal budget process and seek approval through that process. So joining us today is Daryl Cully. Daryl is the co-project manager for the Fire Master Plan. He is online. Mr. Cully has 35 years emergency service leadership experience and is the president of emergency management and training for 23 years. Also joining us is Chief Lane Jackson and Deputy Chief Gord Hewitt. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Onright. Councillor Hawkins, do you have anything further to add?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Will you second the motion as well, Councillor Bresciani? Councillor Bresciani? Yeah, thank you. I have Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair. Page 120 of the report, it's not the only place where this graph exists, but it provides a pie chart that breaks down the calls for service. And if I'm reading the most recent stat correctly, about 14% of calls are fire, 25% EMS, and then there's a range of others. I found it quite striking and interesting, which tells me that the bulk of what the fire and protective services do isn't actually fighting fires, but a range of other emergency services. I wonder if you could comment on that stat and what it means for how we staff, train, and finance the fire department.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I'll start and then I'll ask Chief Jackson to add comment. So the primary function of the fire department is to protect the community. Life, assets, and environment. And you'll hear language around being all hazards response. So if we think of EMS, we carry about 120 paramedics on staff. The model that you see in Regina's fire department is no different than the model you'll see throughout North America. So supporting medical services, whether it be drug overdoses, whether it be, as we've seen in the last 2 years, supporting work in care homes, supporting work in providing COVID testing. We currently have an agreement with Saskatchewan Health Authority, and that's a service agreement. So there's a tiered response in that service agreement. You will see lots of times where fire may be the first to respond, and that is because of location of our fire stations. And when it comes to life safety, that becomes critical in terms of seconds that you're able to respond in. So I'm going to hand it over to Chief Jackson to add further comment.
Chief Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Onright. Indeed, Regina Fire and Protective Services is an all-hazards response agency. Firefighting is still very, very much core to what we do, but we do so much more within the community. Some things that we do, we talked about the medical response, emergency medical response that we do, and we have a tiered response agreement with the Saskatchewan Health Authority and the ambulance service here in Regina. Also, some other areas besides fire that we're the lead agency when we respond to them are technical rescue calls. And when I say technical rescue, I'll just cover them a little bit. That's motor vehicle collisions and the jaws of life. So if we have a severe motor vehicle collision, we have the training and expertise and tools to mitigate that situation and extricate patients from there. And oftentimes those patients need immediate care even while we're doing that. So the paramedics, the firefighter paramedics definitely utilize those skills in those areas where we're lead agency. Hazardous materials is another one. And you may ask, you may wonder what hazardous materials encompasses. In some everyday situations are carbon monoxide calls, natural gas leaks within a building. Those are calls that we're first on scene, and we take control of those type of calls. Other ones in the technical rescue field also include our water rescue. So we have a large body of water within the city, and it's very active in the park, and at times there needs to be water rescue or there needs to be ice rescue. And that's the service that we provide and we take the lead role on. Other types of incidents, we have support roles in many other types of hazardous types of incidents. Another area that I just want to talk a little bit about is our emergency preparedness and business continuity branch. And it is a small branch, but it's very vital. And it oftentimes will be pressing events within the community that just don't quite fit any of the traditional response agencies or departments. And oftentimes, these type of events will land in emergency preparedness and be managed there, just because we have the systems and structures and management systems in place for that, and a lot of liaison connections. So we're seeing a lot of demand in that area. Of course, our prevention and public education is well known within the community. It's well known internationally as leading and cutting edge. We're very proud of that type of service that we offer in the community, and we think it's vital. So that's a little bit about what we do. And of course, yes, there's all the supports that go into supporting that diverse amount of services, from admin, logistics, training, to support our highly skilled and knowledgeable staff. We need all those supports in place so they can go out and do what they do.
Perfect, thank you. So I have a follow-up that takes that response a bit further, and I appreciate that. Earlier this fall, along with a number of other residents, were tragically witness to an overdose and a fatality in Victoria Park. The woman's name was Marjorie. A camp was named after her. First on scene were the fire department, for the reasons you mentioned, followed by EMS and police. I'd say at least $1 million of equipment were dispatched and $1 million of labor at the same time. Presuming this was just an overdose call, health professionals were equipped to handle it. Why would we not just take over the EMS function if we build structures and have response services that do precisely what's required? To put another way, why wouldn't we as a municipality or as you as the fire department either have joint structures or just assume the EMS function? So instead of deploying a fire truck, you'd already have the EMS gear and equipment appropriate for the call in-house to deploy instead of sending the fire equipment to a call like that.
Through you, Mayor Masters. In some municipalities within Canada, you do see that exact model. And through the United States, it's a very prevalent model. In Canada, there are tiered agreements also, as what we have, and it's very common in Canada where we work together. And we do really work together to reduce any type of replication or duplication. Why you will see sometimes multiple agencies on scene is in an incident like what you referred to. Seconds can count and can mean the difference between life and death. So in the tiered response system, the ambulance service will receive the call through 911, process it, and they'll dispatch if it meets the criteria of seconds count as being a high acuity call. They will dispatch us simultaneously and quickly, just because that there could be capacity issues. So in that case, oftentimes we can get there sooner and we can make that difference. Transport of patients is still the primary function of the ambulance service. We do have the equipment that we need on the trucks to often mitigate a medical emergency, but we don't have the transport capabilities. That still rests with SHA. We have a very valued partnership with them, and it's a good partnership, and we're in constant communications, and we meet with them regularly, and their executive from their medical health directors. And it's really about, through you, Mayor Masters, it's about added value. So we have, it's using our existing resources, our firefighter, paramedics, and adding value to the community with them where we can, and where we have those paramedics. They serve a vital role for our safety of our staff, and some of those other incidents where we're the lead agency, whether it be fires, rescues, hazardous materials. So to use them to support patient care within the community is just that much more added value from the fire service. And it's a great partnership with the SHA.
Great, thank you. In terms of the capital plan through the chair that's built into this master plan, would it be feasible to think about constructing new facilities that are effectively joint use facilities. So my understanding is fire departments are typically closer than an EMS station. Is it feasible within this plan to build those joint use facilities?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that definitely will be a conversation that we will have when we look at new facilities. So whether it be partnering with EMS, partnering with another internal service within the City of Regina services, or whether it be an external. If you look through the master plan, there are some examples of I would say more of a sub-depot fire hall that would be occupying the end of a strip mall. You'll see some examples in there where you have a fire hall and then you have a housing project attached to the fire hall, or you have some retail outlets attached to the fire hall. And I think, you know, as we look at the development of fire halls in the community, they become very much a part of the community. So whether they're in a residential area or in the edge of a residential area, they become part of the community. And a good example of that is the location of Fire Hall 6. Fire Hall 6 is in a community. I've done on-site visits where I've been there where you'll have a family show up, they want to have a look at the fire hall, and they want to talk to firefighters about what they actually do. So we believe it is a very important part of when you build out a community, having your fire halls in that community.
Thank you.
And those are great options that we definitely will consider when we're looking at new fire halls.
Very helpful. Through the chair, on page 376, there's a map of the call hotspots. I was wondering if perhaps you can provide me an account as to why. Is it population density? Are there socioeconomic factors? Is it a coincidence? And then the follow-up with that was, how does this plan address maybe some of those systemic problems that are leading to your members being dispatched to those locations?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Chief Jackson to comment.
Thank you. Through Mayor Masters, can you just explain the question again? I'm
Sure. So if you look at the map of where fire services are being dispatched, there's a cluster of areas. If I remember from memory, North Central, Cathedral, Heritage, you're going to the same locations more than you are going to the newer areas. Question is why? And secondly, what does the plan do to address that?
Sure. So what we call that, yes, and then you'll see the heat sink map and it'll show that, and we call that our high frequency risk band. So that is where we'll see a high frequency of calls going, and the amount of some of the risks behind that, or some of the explanations, there's some socioeconomic issues. It's older construction, and in those neighborhoods also, that is the city center and part of the oldest part of the city. So there's older construction. There's a multitude of factors that can contribute to the high frequency. Now, when we look at risk, it's not just about frequency, it's also about consequences when we're assessing it. And when you look at the map and you look at our response times, if you've read the master plan in general, our response times in that area, we have good coverage. We have 3 stations primarily in that area. 1 station, which is very close to here, 4 station by the Pasqua Hospital, and then 7 station on Vic and Arcola. So we have a good coverage in there, and we meet good response criteria. The other thing that we look at, though, with risk is meeting response times and how often we don't meet them. And when you start to look at the outer fringes or the outskirts of the city and the growth, you'll see our ability to meet times out there or meet response criteria is down, is we don't meet the standard. So that's where we start to get some concern. How we're addressing some of the risks within our high frequency band is our public education programs in fire prevention. So we have a lot of public education programs that are targeted to those areas. One that we just celebrated a few months ago is with Kids First, and it's based with community associations in those neighborhoods. And really, at one time, one of our leading causes of fire was children playing, child fire play. And we were able to, after so many years, reduce that down to where we virtually don't have that problem anymore. And that's largely due to our public education programs. When I talk about our public education programs, it isn't just our public education officers. They do phenomenal work, internationally recognized, but our whole department delivers those programs. So the firefighters, the crews, they're in the schools, they're in the neighborhoods participating and delivering that. So we've expanded the model here in Regina where we have community relations officers also on each platoon that are there 24 hours a day to support the community and support the neighborhoods that have high risk in them. So those are some of the things that we've done, and we just want to continue to advance that also.
Perfect, thank you. My last question has to do with the supplemental report on recruitment and membership. Fire struggles with the same issue we hear at the Board of Police and the city in terms of representativeness. Can you perhaps provide me with an overview of what's being done? And secondly, is the city, fire, and police working together to develop a strategy to address what seems to be a joint issue?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start and then I'll ask Chief Jackson to further comment. So this is new. The diversity and inclusion plan is relatively new to the fire department. We have started doing some work in that area. So the first thing that needs to be addressed is the training within our own group so that everybody understands what diversity and inclusion actually means, and to start having those discussions about how are we going to improve that area within the department. We also have a member from our organization through Ms. Folks area that is in our working group. There have been discussions about our training program. So right now, through recruitment, if you want to become a firefighter, you go away to fire school, you get trained, and you come back. If you look at Regina Police Service and their training model, they are pulling people out of the community and then training them internally and putting them through their program. So that is one area we have been in discussion with Saskatoon on what the possibilities are for bringing that work in-house, which definitely will help improve the diversity and inclusion in terms of who would apply and how you increase diversity within the group. And I think the other piece that's important, we do a lot of work with the University of Regina. So the training today, or the testing, is done through the University of Regina. And this is a program, I just forget exactly where it comes from. I'll let Chief Jackson comment on that. But it is a very in-depth training. We've done a lot of work, Chief Jackson and his team, on working on the diversity side of training. So if you go away and you get trained at another facility, you become an official firefighter, you have your paramedic training. And I can honestly say over the last 3 years that I've had fire in my division, I've seen approximately 40, 45 new recruits come through. And the latter of the training, I see more diversity. But, you know, when you look at our statistics, female firefighters are not high in terms of numbers. So I think that's a really important part if we can get to the in-house training, if that makes sense, both financially and delivery of the training. And I'll hand it over to Chief Jackson if he would like to add some more to that comment.
And through you, Mayor Masters, if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask Deputy Chief Hewitt. He spent a lot of time with this plan and with our internal department committee, so he's very well versed and to speak on what we've been doing.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. The Diversity and Inclusion Committee, so for us, a lot of it starts with community outreach. We know through our discussions and through some of our engagements, there isn't a lot of people within the community that either think that a career in the fire service is possible or whether it's actually attainable. So we know that there's some monetary barriers that exist out there for people to actually go and get that education. So we've stated very clearly that we intend to change our recruitment process moving forward, and it's to draw a cross-section of diverse members from within this community to bring them into the department and bring them up to our standards. So we've made some changes. We've been reviewing our recruitment process right now. As Mr. Onright mentioned, it starts internally in our department with training and education that we've been providing to our committee members. Some of the community partnerships that we have already in place through places like Campus Regina, Riffle, they have fire and emergency services, so we're actively going out and having discussions with high school age kids to enlighten them or educate them on potential opportunities within the fire service. But we do recognize that our recruitment process, it needs to change moving forward. So that is something, again, that the Diversity Inclusion Committee is working closely on. We have developed a new partnership with the provincial government that controls some of the certifications for firefighter training that we're working towards some potential changes that we could move forward with in the future. Another thing, like our Diversity Inclusion Committee meets on a regular basis. We're meeting tomorrow afternoon just specifically to discuss benchmarking as a department and how we can implement that into, it is recognized in our D&I plan as one of the 4 pillars. So we're meeting on how we can implement that better into the plan. But that's basically where we're moving forward with the recruitment and community and outreach.
Thank you very much for the responses.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Mayor Masters, I just have one question, because I asked a lot of questions at committee. Chief Jackson mentioned that there's a good relationship with the Saskatchewan Health Authority. I did receive an email from a resident in my ward who works with EMS, and I do want to kind of get a sense of what the relationship is. It sounded to me like there is a little bit of tension between those that work in EMS and firefighters, and so I want to know what kind of, like, rather than just at the level of the SHA, with our fire service and SHA, what kind of relationship building is there between those that work in EMS and our firefighters?
Chief Jackson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, thank you for the question. Whenever you have agencies working together, there can be the odd, and I would say that this is from my perspective, there is the odd conflict that can happen in the front line or at the ground level at scenes or at incidents. That's a normal thing to happen when you have multi-agencies working together. I would say on a whole, throughout the master plan, the SHA and their executive and their have been consulted through it. They're a key partner with us. We have the tiered response agreement and the mutual aid agreement that's established by city bylaw with them. It's been for many years. And we just had a circle back with them after the master plan, because the master plan talks about continuing to enhance the partnerships and grow them together. So we circled back with even their medical directors, their director of ambulance, and we talked about how we can continue to support and add value to the overall medical response within this community and meet needs. Something that, and I know I've spoke through you, Mayor Masters, I've spoke to you, Councillor, about is community paramedicine. And Councillor Stevens talked about it with Camp Hope. We did within a day, we were doing 5 wellness checks a day there, and that's a community paramedicine role that our paramedics. So it's about trying to support and meet gaps and ensure there's a high quality of patient care within the community, and you know, that's growing the partnership, and that's some change, and some people will be resistant to change as we go through it. But in the betterment of the community, we think we have a great partnership and want to continue to advance it. And it isn't about territory or anything like that, or turf or anything. It's about that end of the line customer.
Okay, thank you for that. Through you, Mayor Masters, just a comment that I do hope that it continues to be a real collaborative relationship, because, you know, and I hope that we're not going to see any downloading to the city, that we're filling in a gap because EMS services perhaps aren't properly funded. So I just hope that we keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. I have Councillor Mole up next.
Okay. I assume here most of my questions are for Mr. Chief Jackson. So through you, Madam Mayor, what is your average response time to fires within the city?
Chief Jackson, did you hear the question?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I did. Just trying to still work this microphone here. So the question, our average response time, I think we're benchmarking. One of the tables gives our overall to all calls. And it's, I'll maybe ask Deputy Chief Hewitt to look at it, but we have very vast and extensive data, and I want to throw out a plug to our international accreditation that this department has. We're one of the few departments in Canada, I think there's 8 or 9, that have that type of accreditation. In the company of Calgary, Edmonton, Toronto, Ottawa, those type of cities also have the accreditation. And what we do, what that causes is we're very data driven to meet that accreditation. So we break down response times based on all the different types of incidents. So we mine it quite deep, but an overall, I think we're an overall picture of our response times, I think we're in and around the 7 minutes to have a frontline truck on the scene, first truck due. And then we also measure our response times on the supporting cast that comes in, because one truck oftentimes cannot, especially in a fire, cannot safely handle a fire by itself. So we have many more trucks that need to get there from other stations, and there's actually, as you heard one of the delegations, there's international or national standards that have that metric also. So we're in and around the 10 minutes to have the supporting trucks come in so that we can effectively and safely fight a fire. Okay. And those are pushing past what's recommended or through the standards.
Okay, thank you. My second question is on page 111 of the Fire Master Plan, figure number 8, time versus products of combustion. It states within 1 minute of the detection of a fire, a residential fire sprinkler activates. And it also states at around the 3.5 minute mark, without fire sprinklers, odds of escaping decrease significantly. Furthermore, it states on a national average that after 10 minutes, firefighters open hose nozzles. You just said to me it was 7 minutes, that's a lot better. So, Mr. Jackson, after 7 minutes, is there any chance of rescuing someone from a fire?
Through you, Mayor Masters, it is very case-by-case, situational based. So if a person's in a room that's at a further distance from the fire, the door is closed, those type of things. I want to say, for as far as sprinkler systems go, residential sprinkler systems, they save lives and protect property. And I do truly recognize and appreciate that industry and the trades, sprinkler fitters that do that work, and we advocate for that work. But sprinkler systems do mitigate and save lives and preserve property. And what many times I'm asked, so the newer construction's safer than the old construction? And I know I said we have older areas and sometimes we have problems with the construction. But newer construction, we're also finding that fire, given the new lightweight construction, the newer types of furnishings that are in newer housing, they burn a lot faster. And we've seen flashover. For those that aren't familiar with what flashover is, that's when basically the whole room is engulfed, right down to the floor, to the ceiling. It's an inferno. Flashover occurs about 2/3 sooner than it used to in some of these modern constructions. So to your point, savable lives, sometimes we need quick response times, and sprinkler systems can help out too in saving lives. Now, hopefully that answers your question.
I think it does. It actually answers my next two questions. So, you answered actually the next three of my questions. So according to what we discussed so far, in addition to what was stated on page 113, I quote, "A residential fire sprinkler will activate prior to a fire growing into flashover conditions." Is that correct, Mr. Jackson?
I would say it's correct. If it's in the master plan, I'll say our consultants, Mr. Darrell Cully, who's here, they did an extensive study and review on residential sprinkler systems. I will add that residential sprinkler systems don't mitigate the need for response, emergency response, and very timely emergency response. And in fact, the same NFPA, or National Fire Protection Association, that writes the sprinkler requirements also writes the emergency response requirements and standards that we're bringing forward today. So they work hand in hand. They're not one or the other. So I know sometimes there's that thought that they could be one or the other, but it's really not.
Thank you very much, Chief Jackson. So I would like to bring my motion forward. At this point, I believe Amber has it drafted for me already. So I'll get her to bring that up. So this is an amending motion, I believe is the proper wording. Correct me if I'm wrong. So my motion is that administration report back to the Operations Community Services Committee by Q2 of 2022 on the costs and implications of implementing a regulation to mandate sprinklers in all new residential builds, including apartments, condominiums, and houses, or a mandatory option to add sprinklers to all new residential builds. So I'm not sure if I need to add this in the motion, but including within the motion, I would like administration to communicate with developing this report, to communicate with the Regina Fire Department, Regina Home Builders Association, City of Calgary, and the respective fire department, CSF Current and their respective fire department, the City of Pet Meadows and their respective fire department, where they have mandated fire sprinkler installations, the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition, and the Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. While the city clerk jots that down, Councillor Moll requires a seconder on his motion. Councillor Stevens is seconding it. Do you wish to speak to it now?
Yes, please. Okay, earlier, we just heard from Mr. Jackson, the City of Regina Fire Chief, states that fire sprinklers save lives. I completely agree, which is why I'm making this motion. We'll give a couple examples of what other municipalities have done, starting with the City of Swift Current. Several years ago, built a new community with every new house requiring fire sprinklers for the purpose of life safety and to temporarily deal with the need and cost of building a multi-million-dollar fire hall because of the response time issue. Within the City of Calgary, approximately 10 years ago, a residential home builder started making it optional to add fire sprinklers to new home builds, which resulted in many other developers to do the same. Today, there's now thousands of homeowners in Calgary that have chosen to add life-saving fire sprinklers to their new home. Now for the hard knocks. Just within the last month only, in the city of Saskatoon on October 25th, there was sadly a fire-related death in a third-story suite of an apartment building. Now on November 15th, there was a horrible and disheartening fatal fire on Montague Street in Regina. And these are just two heartfelt examples, which I'm sure I could quote many. I will end with quoting the Fire Master Plan itself on page 117 states, "A residential fire sprinkler does not replace the need for effective fire department, staffing, and a quick response time. Rather, it is a proactive way to reduce fire-related deaths, property damage, and environmental impact. The issue here is not whether residential sprinklers save lives, because evidence suggests they do, but how to work collaboratively with community stakeholders and the Regina and Region Home Builders Association to educate homeowners on the life-saving benefits of residential sprinklers." Now I ask you for your support for my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. I have a couple of councillors wishing to speak. I'll remind council that on the amendment, you'll have 3 minutes to speak and ask questions. Oh, sorry, you don't wish to speak. This is the main motion. I apologize, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc, you wish to speak to the amendment? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. To the mover, I'm just seeking clarification in the final portion of the final sentence, or a mandatory option to add sprinklers to all new residential builds. Just clarification on what's meant by that. What is a mandatory option?
The way I'd see that play out is very simple. You're going to build a new house, right? You choose what you want for flooring. You're going to put luxury vinyl plank flooring in. You're going to put hardwood in or whatever. You check off the box, right? You're going to do whatever countertops. You check off that choice of the box. Same idea. There'll be a box for an option to choose to add them or not.
I see. So just to make sure I'm right, it would have to be offered to all clients, but the client could decline that
Correct.
option. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Moll, would you be acceptable, just in terms of clarifying the language, or a mandatory option offered to all new residential builds?
Sure.
Is that all
No
right?
problem.
That help clarify the language? Thank you. Councillor Block. Do any other members of council wish to, thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
I have a question through you, Madam Mayor, and it may be the administration. What does the National Building Code or any other building regulations say at present about the use of sprinkler systems? I recall that there was some change in this regard quite recently.
Councillor Moll, I'll ask Ms. Howerlich to answer the question, or Mr. Onright. National Building Code? Oh, Chief Jackson. Chief, you're up.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I apologize. I keep pushing a button and you're pushing it, and okay. So the National Building Code, so the installation requirements for sprinkler systems within Canada is regulated through the National Building Code, which is adopted provincially. And of course, our building standards branch within the city can probably speak much better to this than me, but we also work with the building code because the fire code and building code are companion documents. It doesn't require sprinkler systems within all residential type occupancies, and in fact the province has relaxed the building code requirements in certain type of occupancies within this province also, which you are correct, through Mayor Masters, you are correct, Councillor Hawkins, that a few years ago they relaxed them in alternative care homes. The building code currently requires them to be there, but in this province it's been relaxed to allow exempt those homes from having sprinkler systems with certain criteria. It's up to 5 non-ambulatory or up to 10 ambulatory, or the maximum of 10 that are ambulatory, and you don't need sprinkler systems. So the province has indeed relaxed that requirement in the building code, and the building code as it sits doesn't require mandatory sprinklers within residential type, your single-family dwellings.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I believe Councillor Mancinelli has a question.
Just a comment. I'm supportive of the motion. I appreciate that it's coming back for costing and implications, especially when I think of it pertinent to infill builds within the city and pressure solutions for the water. So I like the fact that it's coming back, citing implications and such, so I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Shaw on the amendment or the main motion? Amendment? Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Masters, just to go further to what you said, why did the province relax those measures? You know, through you, Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters, stakeholder consultation, and brought it forward as a burden as far as costs go to them effectively offering services. So when I talk about alternative care homes, it crossed a wide range of personal care homes within foster homes, all those type of homes. The building code as it sits would require them to sprinkler, and just the costs of that were raised with the government, and they made the adjustments to the building code through legislation.
So just to kind of go further from what you had said, if you don't mind, I had an incident
Councillor Shaw?
Yeah.
We're talking about an amendment as it relates to the cost and implications, so I'm just going to ask that you make sure we're staying narrow to the amendment.
The cost, okay. So that was so the cost is outweighing the value of running the business? Is that kind of how, because my experience was with a daycare center. For them to have a provincial government subsidized daycare center, they would have had to have these type of sprinklers in. The lady just wanted to run a daycare center in a private home with 4 children. She could not have done that if it would have went under the province's. But so what I'm wondering is, with this extra implications being put into these places, does that mean, and maybe that's why the province pulled back on it, these places wouldn't be able to run and be able to be facilitated? Through the chair? Is that kind of a question? Thanks.
Go ahead, Chief Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I will try to interpret your question and answer it. Hopefully I can. So I understand that was part of it. There was a lot of these different alternative care facilities that it would have been cost prohibited,
Right.
and it would have caused a great decrease in these type of care facilities that really do provide a vital service. As I understand, Councillor Moll's motion is he wants to make a mandatory option. So it's along the lines of how the master plan actually makes a recommendation that we promote sprinkler systems within the community. And they did an extensive amount of work. Darryl Cully's here, he could speak on it somewhat after I'm done. But it talks about promoting. We did stakeholder engagement where we engaged multiple stakeholders, the Regina home builders, When we engaged with them, they were open to promoting and making optional sprinklers, that type of notion. So if you want, Mr. Cully could speak to some of the research that they did, because they did spend a lot of time with the residential sprinklers, and they did make a recommendation that this department works in the community to promote them. With that, we can ask Mr. Cully to add a little more.
Councillor Shaw, would you like to hear from Mr. Cully?
A little bit, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you. Mr. Cully, could I ask that you approach? He's on the line,
He's
sorry.
on the line.
I apologize. You're the press. Sorry.
Through
I'm
you,
going to
Mayor
blame the city
Masters.
clerk. Mr. Cully, please, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Thank you. As has been stated, sprinklers do make a huge difference. We did do extensive stakeholder consultation in Regina, including the Home Builders Association. And they're willing, they see it as a viable offer. They don't want to see it mandated because they feel, the additional expense. When you're building a brand new building, it may only add 1% to 2% to the actual building cost. Retrofitting buildings becomes much more expensive. So, our suggestion, our recommendation is that encourage builders to offer it, particularly when they're doing retrofits. You're taking a building and doing major renovations, or you're doing new construction, and that way making it both affordable at that time, as well as giving people the choice.
Councillor Shaw, are you satisfied with that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cully.
Thank you.
Councillor Shaw, do you have any more questions on the amendment?
No, sorry, I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani, still the main motion? Thank you. Councillor Sanachuk, I'm just going to ask you to hold for one moment. I believe Mr. Weary has a comment he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just wanted to advise council on the framework for building code regulation. Might assist in consideration of this motion. The building code requirements are set out in provincial legislation, which incorporate the national building code as the minimum standards, essentially, for building code regulation in Saskatchewan. We have our own building bylaw, which assists with the administration of building code enforcement and permitting within the city, which is delegated authority under the Uniform Building Standards and Accessibility Act. So the minimum requirements are set by provincial legislation and regulation, but there is an ability for council to create more onerous requirements like building fire sprinklers. However, if council was to consider this, it would require provincial approval, as with a number of other provincial acts. So we would be able to council could, if it chose to, pass a bylaw, but in order for it to take effect, it would require provincial government approval. So I thought it would be of assistance to council to know that legal background. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weary. I will go to Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I support this motion in particular because of the comments that were made by Chief Jackson about new builds can be engulfed in flames so quickly. So I do have a question to kind of understand what it is about new builds, because it seems like this would be particularly important in new builds if there is a fire that they go up so quickly. So is there anything in particular about the new builds that will explain that?
That's for Chief Jackson, Councillor?
Yes.
Chief Jackson?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Predominantly, it's the furnishings, and then the actual structures too. Oftentimes, structures can be protected, like gyprock will protect the structures and give more times. If it's open structure, what we're seeing is the lightweight trusses, you'll see them, the web trusses, are replacing what used to be 2x10 floor trusses, which we know a large dimensional piece of lumber burns much slower than a webbed truss will burn very quickly. So, but there are things that the building industry could do to protect the construction, but we're finding with lightweight construction, if it's exposed, it can burn very quickly and cause risks. But we're finding mostly, which causes the flash over, is the furnishings, the new types of furnishings too. So those can occur in the older structures too. People are buying new furnishings for those. But they're made out of the polypropylenes and different types of blends of materials that burn very quickly or support combustion much more than, say, your old horsehair sofa. And that's going back a ways, but those burn slower. So that is the big thing that causes the flashover to occur much faster nowadays is the furnishings.
All right, thank you. No further questions or comments.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. No, just in light what I heard from Mr. Wary, through you, Madam Mayor, I do have a question. So if it is dependent on the National Building Code, and that's done by the provincial government, would it be important that we include that in this motion, that we engage the provincial government at the same time? Otherwise, this comes back, and then we would have to engage them anyway for this anyways to be passed. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste of our work, because if we can't move it forward without the provincial government, then should we add that to the motion? So I just need clarity from administration.
Mr. Wary?
I think that's done, though. Well, I don't know. Add it on, couldn't they?
Apologies, Mayor Masters. Don't think it's necessary to build that into this motion. I think if council approves this, part of the report coming back would, of course, have to have some recommendations about how to implement this, and that would include potentially, if necessary, approaching the provincial government either to approve bylaw changes or perhaps to make changes to provincial legislation or regulations. I understand there is an initiative to make fairly significant changes to the building legislation provincially, which is underway, so that might be part of it. So to answer Councillor Bresciani's question, I don't believe that it's necessary to put a specific reference to that in.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no further questions from council, just before I flip it back to you, Councillor Moule, I just have a question of administration. In terms of the work involved to bring this report back, can I get a sense for how long in the capacity in order to achieve this?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there will be a fair bit of work involved in this. I definitely would ask for an extension of time for Q4 of 2022. There's a couple reasons for that. 2022 is an accreditation year for fire, which is a huge amount of work. And this is also going to involve discussions and work with Ms. Howlick's area. And I know they have a huge amount of work in front of them for 22. So that would be the ask. The consultant has done quite a bit of the consultation with external groups. It would be a matter of pulling the information together. But as Mr. Weary has indicated, there's a provincial piece to this, which adds more work to the project.
Okay, I was going to try and leave it at one question. The mandatory option offered to add sprinklers to all new residential builds, while I appreciate completely and support the intention, can City Council mandate that of the Home Builders Association if all members, people building houses, just in terms of the permitting process? Ms. Howerlick?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Sorry, just to clarify, so If it's in our building bylaw that we do this, then we would require it through our building inspection process. The RHBA has already commented on this, and it indicated the cost implications to a new home.
So our building permit, thank you for the answer. Just to clarify, we can put this in our permitting process for any new residential build, and we just verify it because the owner of the new home has signed off that they've considered the option. So it's as simple as that?
Through you, Mayor Masters.
I'm speaking about the second part of the motion here. It's just an option offered.
Yeah, that could be something that could be just part of the process with the checkbox. Yes, we could work that in as well.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the amount of work. I actually, and I'm struggling because I actually support the amendment. I'm struggling with the amount of work that it would take to bring this back to council for consideration which now you hear from administration is Q4 of 2022. But he would have to agree to that amendment while you're changing it. I'll leave it with you, Councillor Moll. Actually, I apologize. Go ahead, Ms. Howrlock.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I just want to clarify. So yes, we can put it through the bylaw, but as Mr. Weary said, the province has to approve it. So we can put any processes in place as long as the province approves that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question again as it relates to requiring all new home builds, new residential builds, that any of them have the consideration of the offer to add sprinklers into their new residential builds. That requires provincial approval as well, Mr. Weary?
I'm not sure I can offer a conclusive answer on that, Mayor Masters. As I understand it, there's provincial legislation creates minimum standards. There likely could be an ability for people to voluntarily overbuild beyond provincial standards. It just wouldn't be a legal requirement. If I'm understanding, that's the nuance of this is that it would be voluntarily stating that there are going to be sprinklers in a new build, and then that would be part of the review process. I think we would need some more advice from the building officials around how this would work in practice. I don't think there's any legal impediment that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I'm just going to give administration one more second as they confer. If any of them wish to speak again. Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters. So I think administration is saying if this is above a minimum requirement, if it's an option that someone consider it, then obviously we can put that within our bylaw, and when we do an inspection, someone's going above and beyond the minimum standard, that can be inspected and approved. If we're going to require it as a part of building code or bylaw, then the province does have to approve that. So if it's a consideration and an option, then someone really is going above what's minimally required. If we want to make it a requirement, then it does need to go into bylaws, and it needs to go into building code, and the province needs to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. I'm just going to close off by asking, prior to flipping it back to you, Councillor Moll, that you consider possibly the step one of this is that administration report back on the series of events that need to occur in order to get you this report, so that council could actually make a decision based upon the full information of the steps that are required, the cost and the time associated, and resources associated with producing this report, and they could give us feedback too in terms of time. I feel a little torn because I'm fully aware of their workload. This is also important, but in the absence of understanding the process that would need to happen to even produce this report, they go through 12 months of work, and there's a piece of me which thinks I'm not sure we couldn't reach out to the province to find out in advance, to find out if they would be amenable to us introducing something like this and supporting it prior to having 12 months' worth of work undertaken. But I'll leave it with you, Councillor Moll.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't know how to draft that. I was just going to say Q4 2022, but to me, you just got to call the province, and that wouldn't take very long. So if you want to draft some sort of change to that regard, that's fine.
Give us 1 second, Councillor Moll, and I'll see if you're open to a friendly amendment on this.
Okay.
Pending the report that you're asking for coming to council. Pending the report on process coming to council.
City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. It would appear to me that you do have two options. One, you could table the entire report subject to something coming back from administration that has investigated the legal and practical requirements of doing so. Conversely, you could just move this as a separate standalone, whereby you would be asking admin to report back at some agreed upon time, respecting the process and legal or regulatory implications of doing so. That will just happen anyways, but it doesn't take away from the remainder of the report, if I understand what's trying to be advanced here.
Councillor Bresciani?
Yeah, just point of order, I just wanted to ask, because that's why I asked the question about going to the province. There's no use going to all this work, a whole year of work it's going to take, and then we go to the province after and say, hey, we would like to add this to your, and they say no. So could we not table it until a conversation is had with the provincial government to see if this is even the uptake?
Okay, and my only procedural issue, and I'll ask the city clerk, is we don't want to table the fire master plan. This is just relative to the amendment motion.
Right, so again, through you, Mayor Masters, if I understand this correctly, then you could move this amendment that would just, again, notwithstanding everything else that's going on today, this would just be starting a process whereby administration would investigate the legal and regulatory implications of even proceeding with this, because that answer does not need to stop the rest of the master plan from moving forward.
Councillor Moll, you're
Absolutely.
amenable to that amendment?
Yes.
Friendly amendment. The seconder, Councillor Stevens, are you amenable to the, thank you. I'll give city clerk a moment.
Mayor Masters, I believe we understand the intent of this. We're just struggling to make sure that it makes sense reading it. But if everyone's agreed on the spirit intent of this, if you agree, we can take it back and ensure that it's the appropriate for the minute.
Councillor Moll, I'll leave it with you. Are you
Yeah.
good with that?
If you have the intent, I think everybody understands the intent, the wording is fine.
Thank you. We'll call the question.
Mayor Masters, the amendment passes 10-0.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moll, for your flexibility on that one. Back to the main motion. Councillor Bresciani, I believe you were up next on the main motion.
Given the time on this report, I know it's very important. I just want to say thank you to this and to the new councillors. We waited for this report now for over 2 years at least. So the work that went into this master plan was very, very important and welcomed. I just want to, I guess the response times and why it's important, because we know within the growth area, which was talked on page 166, section 8, when we talk about enhancements for growth. So if we're looking at what is the phasing, again, what is the response time? We heard in the report I wrote about 6 minutes, 10 seconds. Why is it, again, we're not meeting the response times out into the green, into the peripheral new areas? What is that response time about now? Not all the time, but it's obviously we're not meeting that time, and what are some of those times that we're not meeting through the chair?
Chief Jackson?
Thank you, through Mayor Masters. I'm so glad you brought that up. The fire master plan is very timely, and we heard it from the delegation, and you can hear it from me now too. The last time our fire department here in the city seen any significant growth or development has been about 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we know the community has grown in the last 20 years, and we've done a phenomenal job of managing that growth with our existing resources. But as you've indicated, the master plan and the GIS study that was done by the firefighters, which wasn't sanctioned by us but was done, is showing that where the growth, it's time now to talk about how the department can grow in the next 20 years and should grow with the community, just to make sure that we're keeping it safe and protected. And so the response times in the southeast and southwest are pushing out, and we're past the 90 percentile. So how we manage risk is we look at the 90th percentile that we can get to. It's not 100%, but that we can get to most of the calls 90% of the time within the timelines. And we're not in those areas. The frequency isn't as many as in the central city, but there's still risk and consequences out in those areas. And that's really what the master plan, when it comes to that part, managing the growth and response times, it's highlighting that the outskirts are growing and the fire department isn't, it's flagging up as response times are not being met out there. So it's just timely. It's not the sky is falling or anything, but it is timely that we're looking into the next 20 years. And it's broken down, to answer your question, into 5-year phases. So fire stations being developed in 5 years within the 25 years. I think there's one relocation of a fire station being recommended. And again, to echo what Mr. Onright said, this council, the approval is really in spirit so that we can bring business cases forward through Mr. Lacey in the budget deliberations so that you can, again, finalize those business cases and approve them and scrutinize them. So that's what the master plan does, is that gives you a roadmap and us a roadmap, and we can bring cases forward. In 2022 budget, it's included one of the fire stations, and the beginning of it is included in there. So
Thank you for that. Just as we develop new neighborhoods, we've gone to compact housing, narrow streets, parking on both sides. I've heard many times you can't even get a fire truck down there. If you can, it's very narrow. Can you elaborate, and how does that discussion happen with city planning? And how do we improve that through the chair?
I can elaborate on that somewhat through you, Mayor Masters. The building code does have requirements for specific minimum street distance widths, and the city planners meet those, and they do have discussions with us. Now, in the wintertime, we have snow and different things that can cause some congestion, so that is, to your point, sometimes there can be some congestion, but I know that the city planners meet the building code requirements for minimum widths of the streets. And that's about, with that, I probably would let those experts talk a little bit more about that if you need more.
Okay. The last piece, and I guess I can ask just to administration, when you see these narrow streets, you see that there's parking on both sides, I guess, how do we move forward to make sure that if you have you've got EMS there, you've got maybe 2 fire trucks, and you get police, they won't even get in front of those houses. So again, how do we start having these conversations when we move forward to, into our new building? Because this affects some of the things that I've heard.
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so as Chief Jackson said, so as per the codes, we do require 6-meter clear distance for vehicles on the roads. And so then parking comes after that. So that is through our building code to ensure that, I think as Chief Jackson said, it's mostly, it's making sure that those roads are clear from snow and stuff, but we do ensure that the roads with parking on both sides, that it meets the minimum distance for safety vehicles.
Okay. I would say just when you go down those, especially in the winter, the 6 meters would be tough. And again, when you get a big fire truck, and then you've got it's very, I mean, the house would be way down there before police or EMS. So the last point I just want to make is to Councillor Stevens' point, or to question, was fire shows up, EMS shows up, and so does city police. And I had an accident right in my back area on my street, and I said to myself, I will never ask that question again as to why does fire show up to an accident. I saw the jaws of life being used. I saw the fire truck being utilized also for many of those firemen to be able to use the jaws of life, but to rock the other truck, the car that was flipped over. So I absolutely want to just say again, thank you to the service that you guys do, and thank you for all the work that went into this plan, and working collaboratively with the other services that are out there. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. To you, probably the question would go probably to Chief Jackson. The discussion and the comments were made about the getting there on time, or what is getting there on time. So my question would be the hindrance to the timely response. And you talk about GPS, you talk about controlling lights, how to get there. I think, if I can remember correctly, reading is that there is some kind of a system that's being developed or in works to making sure that when you going there, that the next block or 3 blocks over, and those lights or certain things that is going to slow you down will be in your benefit. Can you give me a little bit more about that, Mayor Masters?
Through you, Mayor Masters, appreciate the question. It highlights one of the principles in the master plan, which is innovation. And our consultants, it was one of the things that they was fundamental. And what you're speaking about, traffic preemption, is technology, leveraging technology that makes sure that we're as efficient as we can be, and we're getting as far as we can within a district, as fast as we can, without having to build a new station. And with that, so it changes the lights. So when the truck rolls out, the lights all turn green, and the others turn red, and this traffic stops, is kind of the gist of it. But I'd ask maybe Deputy Chief to talk about some of that innovation and technology, the partnerships, and the environmental sustainability side that the master plan it's a principle within it.
Sure. Thank you, Chief. Through you, Mayor Masters. Specifically, you're talking about traffic preemption, which the Chief mentioned. So basically what we've done is move from a line of sight system to a GPS system. It's much more effective. We've tested it out. We've actually completed that process, so all of our trucks are operating on that now. We're also able to identify some areas of concern that we had before, and get some of those areas updated so that they would have traffic preemption as well. And all of it's done trying to increase our response times. Mapping monitors in the stations. So we've created electronic mapping monitors in our stations for our drivers where they can go up and they can see road construction on it, and we're continuing to develop that technology as we move forward into routing and different things. Again, all of it with the intent of getting our people to an emergency as quickly as possible. From an innovation and technology perspective, and certainly when we're talking about innovation, we're talking about technology. We're also talking about innovative approach to other areas of the fire master plan, like diversity, inclusion, and other things. But actively, we have an apparatus committee that meets that I sit with, where we're looking at potential for electric trucks in the future and things like that when it comes to environmental sustainability. But just really leveraging technology to take innovative approaches. And so, you know, we just completed that process of updating all of our trucks to GPS. So it'll take some time to evaluate what that's done for us. But again, certainly it's all done, as I mentioned, to get our services where they're needed as quickly as possible. I don't know if that, I hope that answers.
That's good. Yeah, thank you. Master, if I could continue. In your reading, you talking about railways, railway crossings. We have areas that you could get underneath and go through, and then you have areas that the train will stop you. So when you're talking about innovation and going forward, are you connected? Well, is the fire department connected to the CNCP, knowing their routes so it can avoid, or that's something that you're working on it, or is this something that's been already proactively done through you, Master?
Through you, Mayor Masters. With the trains, we haven't had the discussions about having live feed on when their trains are going through. A lot of, so when we have an emergency or an incident, we'll respond trucks from different stations. So a train can slow us up, but it doesn't prevent us from getting to the incident just because of we have stations geographically located that we can redeploy, and our dispatchers are very, very proficient at once we have a roadblock or that's put up to us, we quickly adapt to that, and both our dispatch and our crews are very quick to adjust and get another truck rolling, or it'll already be rolling. They just that's how we adjust and deal with live fluid situations within the city.
Okay, thank you. And one more, I'll be done. Regional cooperation, it's in the plan, right? Can you give me a little bit more about that? I know you've been working on that. That's one of the nicest things to see as a fire department, as a city, working well within region. Can you give me a little more on how we are within the master plan, how that's going to look like in the future?
Through you, Mayor Masters, thank you for bringing that question forward too, because the plan does talk about regional approach and our regional footprint, which is quite large. We have many service agreements, mutual aid agreements within the region. And when I say service agreements, where we are the fire department for our regional neighbors. So the RM of Sherwood, the GTH, Sakamay First Nations, we are in many regards their fire department. Now with that comes demand. So when we talk about community growth and managing it over the next 25 years and the last 20 years, we've also seen an increase and growth in the region and an increase in demand for services. And we've also, the master plan talks about enhancing our partnerships and updating our agreements to reflect the new needs. And so we look forward, and it asks us to move forward on those and engage those partners. And we look forward to doing that and having council support to do that also, because ultimately council signs those agreements with us or for us. with this adoption of the master plan, you can foresee that some of those agreements may be coming forward in the future to this for your final review and input and approvals.
Okay, thank you. And one comment, Mayor? I would like to just say thank you, and it's great to see the high-level cooperation between the professional firefighters and the fire protective services. It's obvious, it's seen that it's working really well, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. It's going to put us in a good place, good spot going in the future. I want to say thank you to everyone involved in that. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from council, I'll just add for Chief Jackson, Deputy Chief Gord Hewitt, Assistant Chief Canalster, and Mr. Del Pelli, thank you very much for this, for the presentation today, but also a thank you in terms of the team's efforts that you put forward relative to the camp that was established and the wellness checks and your commitment to community health and well-being. And Councillor Mancinelli will get the last word.
Sorry about that. I'm a little bit out of phase. I thought I had my hand up sooner. Appreciate the report. I really support and behind the diversity and inclusion segment of the report as well. I think that's very much due. In reading that portion of it, I saw a little cartoon. It showed the three boys watching a baseball game and trying to look over the fence. And I just noted that they didn't chop the one boy's legs off and make the fence shorter for everyone. And I just hope as you're implementing this that you're sensitive to that as well, that we do want to be inclusive. I've heard feedback from some residents nowadays with the inclusion matter coming to front, taking a little bit of offense here and there to sometimes how things are laid out in the media and on paper. And I believe in everything you're trying to accomplish through that. And I just would appreciate that true to that cartoon, that we don't chop anyone's legs off in the process. Thank you very much for everything else.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, I'll ask
Thank
you
you.
to close up.
To close debate, Madam Mayor. There's one other area that's only very briefly been touched on today that the Ops Committee spent some time on. This 25-year plan will expire at the end of 2046. By the end of 2050, we're committed as a city to be a renewable city. So my question to the administration is, how can the fire department help us become a renewable city by 2050?
Thanks for the question, through you, Mayor Masters. So a couple of things as we look at new buildings moving forward. In the report, it outlines station number 4 on Dudney Avenue by the Pasqua Hospital is a LEED certified building. We would move forward on whether it be new building materials or whatever we can do in a new building that lines up with the 2050 target. We also have, we talk about equipment, battery operated tools rather than gas operated, and that goes also to our fire apparatus equipment. So we have, I'll ask DC Hewitt to comment on the timing of it, but we do have a fire truck coming here that is electrified. And that is just going to come do a show and tell so we can have a look at it. And that is in the near future. I'll ask DC Hewitt if he knows the timing of that.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. We're just actually waiting for some feedback, but as part of our apparatus committee, one of our duties is to put together specifications for trucks. And so we've had discussion with a company that we now know that there is some hybrid trucks in Canada and a fully electric truck now in Vancouver. So we've approached that company about bringing out a demo for our apparatus committee to demonstrate. Battery operated tools have been around for a while, so that's something that we have brought in already and demonstrated. You know, the questions have been answered about them. They do work. They are successful. There's a few other things when we're talking about environmental sustainability. Mr. Onright spoke about the LEED certification at 4 Station, which we're very proud of. But even some of the things that we're utilizing right now, like our firefighting foam, we understand, there's a better product out there that was more environmentally friendly. We transitioned our firefighting foam over to the new product. And so we'll continue to do that as our committee and as our department become aware of new opportunities and new ways to move towards that. But we are committed, and we've made it a mandate of our apparatus committee that environmental sustainability will be at the forefront in the decision-making process moving forward.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, on that very positive note, and noting again the international accreditation, which is a real feather in the cap of our fire department, I'd ask council to approve the recommendation before it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll ask the City Clerk to pull the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion as amended was passed 10-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We'll now consider item CR 21-159, City Council and Committee Meeting Calendar. Councillor Stanichuk, could I ask you to please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. At the Executive Committee last week, 2 weeks ago, I'm just sorry, at a previous Executive Committee, we considered the recommendations that are in the package. There were a number of amendments that were made, and since then we have met to discuss in person the different possibilities of a meeting schedule. So I have a motion to put forward that reflects what I think is consensus that was at that meeting in terms of how we will go forward on the 2022 meeting calendar for City Council committees. Now, it is very long. It is 3 pages long. I'm not sure if I should read it all, or if, with the indulgence of council, that we would just review it on the board.
Councillor, you're welcome to, with council agreement, just to give the high points in terms
high
of
points?
running through. It is before us in writing.
Right, okay. So the high points are that the Community Wellness Committee and Operations Community Services Committee would be de-established, and that their duties and responsibilities would be incorporated into a revised mandate of Executive Committee. The Regina Planning Commission would be continued with no changes at all to its existing responsibilities and mandate. City Council will meet twice monthly on Wednesdays beginning at 9 a.m., except as outlined in an appendix. Executive Committee will also meet on alternate Wednesdays beginning at 9 a.m. And the change for Regina Planning Commission would be that they would meet once monthly on Tuesdays beginning at 4 p.m. There is a schedule of recesses that's been built in to the meetings. And the other change that I think that is significant to point out is that the delegations, and this is something that we discussed at length, that the delegations will no longer be heard at meetings of City Council, subject to a number of exceptions. Delegations may submit a written brief that would be included in the agenda, but the emphasis would be that delegations would come to Executive Committee where that discussion would, questions could be made of delegations and that discussion would happen, so that we're not hearing from delegations twice. However, if they do want to submit a brief for Council's consideration after Executive Committee, they can. There is quite a few other considerations I think an important thing that needs to be mentioned as well is that the submission and distribution deadlines for meetings of City Council and Executive Committee will be changing. So there will be a lot more notice of the agendas and the items on the agendas that are be going to Council or Executive Committee. Distribution and release of the agendas will be the Friday afternoon, 13 days prior to the meeting, and the deadline
Yes.
will be the preceding Thursday. Well, the deadline would be on the, no later than 1 p.m. The deadline for materials would be no later than 1 p.m. on the Thursday, 14 days prior to the meeting. The deadline for registering to address Executive Committee is 1 p.m. the Thursday immediately preceding the Executive Committee meeting, and the deadline for written submissions is as well that same time. The submission and distribution deadlines for Regina Planning Commission have similarly been changed, where it would be in writing no later than 1 p.m. the Thursday, 13 days prior to the meeting. And the deadline for registering to address Regina Planning Commission is 1 p.m. the Thursday immediately preceding the commission meeting. There's a couple of administrative revisions to the procedural bylaw as well. The requirement for council members and administration delegations to stand when speaking will be discontinued. And in the section of the order of business at meetings, the order is changing somewhat, so that is again in writing. I don't want to read through it all. The requirement for the mayor or deputy mayor to leave the chair for the purpose of taking part in the debate at city council meetings will be discontinued. All of the references in the procedural bylaw to he, his, and she, her will be changed to they and their. And so the city solicitor would be making amendments to the procedural bylaw according to this motion. And finally, there is also, there was an amendment made at the executive committee to direct the city clerk to investigate the implications, costs, and timing of implementing full-time councillor positions and to consult with comparative municipalities by Q3 of 2022. I move the motion, and I think there's a seconder.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, a seconder. I have Councillor Moll.
Yes, I agree with nearly everything in the entirety of this motion except one point. City Council has now been moved to 9 a.m. rather than the current 1 p.m. structure. And I have a motion drafted that Amber Ackerman has for me here, and I'll like to get that posted, please. Yes, thank you very much.
Councillor Moll, could you please read the amendment?
Sure. That City Council meet twice monthly on alternate Wednesdays, beginning at 1 p.m., except as outlined in Appendix A, with adjournment no later than 9 p.m., unless otherwise determined by members. And City Council recess for 15 minutes every 90 minutes of each meeting, with the exception of a 45-minute break for supper from 6 to 6:45 p.m.
Councillor Moll requires a seconder. Councillor Fundura. Councillor Moll, go ahead and speak to the amendment.
This is truly out of personal preference. I've got used to it with my full-time employment to have it set up this way. Moving all the meetings to 9 a.m. on Wednesdays is going to make it difficult for me from moving forward. And the structure works nice right now, and that's the main reason for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. This question is for the clerk, if it can be answered. On average, how long are our council meetings, presuming that we don't cut them short because we're running into the evening? Do you have that number?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have that specifically because it is a bit of a moving target. I would respectfully say that depending on the agendas, meetings can sometimes, I'd say on average, 4 to 5 hours. But again, it is all dependent, and I think as you've all experienced over the last year, there have been some very significant policy decisions before you, and those have skewed what I think would ordinarily have been a lesser time from a few years ago.
Okay, thank you. I'll support this to support a colleague. I think it does, again, emphasize the time commitment of the job as well as how much more work we've been handling at council over the years. But I think it is important to recognize that these are long meetings and the decisions are tougher the later in the evening we get. So I think it's something for us all to consider.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Shaw.
Just a question to follow up from Councillor Andrews, or Councillor Stevens. I'm going to support this motion based on the fact we're supporting our colleague. But to add to that, now that we're not going to be hearing from delegates at City Council, I'm assuming that's going to cut back a significant amount of time, so we won't be going into the 9, 10 o'clock at night. So I think that the fear of that happening will be obviously significantly less. Am I correct in saying, assuming that?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, in helping, assisting Councillor Moll in writing the amendment, when it writes there with adjournment no later than 9 p.m., of course, at any time, if the business of the day is complete, it would be adjourned, so you may never reach the 6 o'clock dinner slot, as well as any time a member of council can move an adjournment motion.
Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While I'd like to support a colleague, I can't. We've walked down this road before. The simple reality is that, as Councillor Stevens has pointed out, decisions get tougher as the hour of the day grows longer. And not only do decisions get tougher for that reason, we have tough decisions to make often near the end of council meetings. We simply don't do our best work at 8 and 9 at night, and there's be a bit of a tendency when we get to 9 to move to expend the meeting to get work done that's already in progress, and pretty soon we'll be at 10. And in the last council, when we did start at 1 p.m., we were here at 10 and a little after 10 on more than one occasion, in fact, on many occasions. I think we should do the business of the council in the daytime. And I think that the proposal to start at 9 a.m. and do our work is a reasonable proposal and conforms with the expectations of when we as a community do our work. So I think what's at stake here is the interest of the whole community. I don't think we serve the community well, working past the supper hour through into the night and on till 9 or later. So I will oppose this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. One moment, please. I'm just going to check if Councillor Mancinelli has anything to add. Seeing no further... go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
No, I don't. I thought you were checking if I was still there.
I apologize. I can't see your little hand raised because the motion is up on the screen. So thank you for checking in. I see no further... thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
Just to confirm that this is reviewed every year, right? So we would have a follow-up next November. Is that accurate? I would just like to hear from the clerk. So if we find that our meetings are going late into the night, even with no delegations, then it would be able to be moved. Can I get clarity?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, Councillor Bresciani is correct. We're required to bring you the annual calendar every year to establish. These are more procedural bylaw questions, but of course they have a huge impact on the meeting schedule, and so you are always able to revisit the procedure bylaw and make those changes, whether you do it on an annual basis or within 6 months if you think this is just not going to work at all.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further. Councillor Moll, did you want to close out debate?
Yep. I do agree with what a couple of other councillors said. With us having delegates only at executive, that is going to cut down the time frame big time to city council. I could maybe even see us having a meeting of an hour or an hour and a half at city council. Could you imagine that? So in addition to what Councillor Bresciani said, yes, we'll see how this works out over the next year if it's approved, and I sure hope it is, and we can reassess it next November. Thank you very much, and I hope I count on your support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moll. City Clerk, please call the vote on the amendment.
Mayor Masters, the amendment is passed 9-1, with all members voting in favor, with the exception of Councillor Hawkins, who voted against.
Thank you very much.
Back to the main motion.
Apologies, we're going back to the main motion. Anyone wishing to speak? I have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So I do appreciate what we're doing as we're moving forward. The one thing I really appreciate and I want to thank the clerk for is actually giving the extra week of notification to the general public. I think that's very important. So they'll have between the 13 and 14 days in total now, so that'll be huge, not only for the public, but for us as council. So I am really looking forward to that. I just want to clarify one thing. There is an opportunity for people to submit in writing to council, and I'm not sure if Councillor Stadenchuk, did you indicate that? I just want to make sure that that's accurate. Okay, then that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I want to raise an amendment that I initially circulated November 9th, which is to add a new point 14, which would then bump the existing 14 and 15 down one. That would read, revise the procedure bylaw to include a new subsection at subsection 14 sub 18 reading, quote, no member of council shall speak disrespectfully to city staff, comma, including to members of the executive leadership team, comma, during any meeting conducted according to this bylaw, end quote.
Councillor LeBlanc requires a seconder. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say debate can get heated sometime in the council chambers. I think it's important to be mindful that we ought to be respectful to staff who in some ways report to us and have a difficult time defending themselves publicly. So if we have concerns, I think we can raise those in conscientious ways or privately, and this provides some much-needed collegiality, I think, so hope you'll support it. I think it's quite modest, and I don't think it will impede in any way our ability to ask tough questions. It's just about asking tough questions in a fair and respectful way. So look for your support.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Prior to council speaking to the amendment, I'll have the city clerk speak to this.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I can't comment on necessarily Councillor LeBlanc's intent here. I think I understand it. I will remind members respectfully that there are general provisions in the existing in the procedure bylaw that speak to ensuring that there's always decorum, which is the responsibility of not only the chair of the meeting, but all members. You're also governed by the Code of Ethics bylaw, which also speaks to this in very general terms. So there's nothing stopping council from inserting this clause in the procedure bylaw, but there would be an argument to be made that it's already reflected in the general spirit and intent of both the procedure bylaw and the Code of Ethics bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. Just a quick comment to you, Mayor Masters, about putting Planning Commission on Tuesday. It makes so much sense. It is 4 o'clock.
Councillor Fundura, sorry. We're speaking to the amendment of Councillor LeBlanc right now.
Okay,
I
no.
apologize.
No.
I should have clarified. Councillor Mancinelli, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
No, my hand was up for the original motion.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw?
I just wanted to ask if you can clarify, because I'm having difficulty here with the bylaws that are put in place already, how we have to speak respectfully and how that's, so I'm trying to figure out what you mean by speak disrespectfully. So that's a really broad thing, and I may sound disrespectful to you, but I may not to Councillor Moll. So who decides this, and can you put some clarification behind this? Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor LeBlanc?
My expectation of what would happen is if one of us thought another member was speaking disrespectfully, they could raise it as a point of order, and then the chair would decide whether or not it was speaking disrespectfully. So it is quite subjective, but I think the final decision, subject to a vote, would be with the chair to decide. I think what this does is provides a clear avenue where if one of us is uncomfortable with the way another of us is speaking to ELT or somebody else, we can clearly raise a procedural objection about it and have the tone of that in some ways kept in check. So I think it rests with the chair of the meeting.
Okay, and I just assumed that this was already put in place. We've called this point of order when things have happened and it's left up to the chair, so I'm not really sure. I'll support this, obviously, but I'm not really sure that this is already put in place and is already just a common respect for all of us that we have and we share, but, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the danger of sounding disrespectful, I think that this is an invidious example of virtue signaling. Invidious because it's already present in the rules. Invidious because of a chilling effect it could have on free speech. We're not meant to be comfortable here. We're meant to debate vigorously and challenge vigorously. Invidious because it speaks to the executive leadership team and I believe insults them. These are highly experienced people, very used to a debating chamber. Every one of them very capable of defending themselves. They don't need a rule like this to guide council proceedings. I think we should be respectful when we deal with everybody. But I don't think we need something like this to accomplish it, and I'm very much opposed to it, especially because of the chilling effect I believe it will have on free speech, and because, as has been conceded, this is a highly subjective matter and can be used for invidious purposes. I oppose this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani?
Masters. I struggle with this as well. I think we've already have things in place. But I also, in my time on council, I'll be very frank, I have never, ever seen a time where it's gotten out of hand, where there's been any kind of a tone that would ever think that there would be a comment that someone has to rule. Now, it's always up to the chair to call, out of order or point of order, or any one of us to do that as well. So it's already in place there. And I think that when we sit in these chambers, as Councillor Hawkins said, there is respect here that we're held to account for. And that's our responsibility. So I will not be, I think it's already in there, and I think we're already doing it. I know we're already doing it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I'm just going to check one moment. With no further speakers to the amendment, I'll allow Councillor, Councillor LeBlanc to close off debate.
Thank you. I've had several times since joining council where I was uncomfortable with the way one of us was speaking to a member of staff and would have raised it but for my view that there was no adequate protection for that. And so that's why I'm bringing it. I think it has not always been respectful. So I think it is needed and not currently covered. I think Councillor Hawkins is correct that the staff we deal with are very sophisticated people. But despite their sophistication, there is a power imbalance in that I think it would be difficult for a non-elected person to openly criticize in the chamber back at an elected person, and that does create a power imbalance. I think there's a risk of us punching down, as I might say. So I would say the debate can be more vigorous. I would frame it less disrespectful as between us who have similar authority within the chamber, but going the other way, I think we do need cautions, and this is an appropriate one without getting in the way of our free speech or our ability to represent our residents. So look for your support.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. City Clerk, I'll ask you to call the question on the amendment.
Mayor Masters, the amendment is defeated in a vote of 3 to 7. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillor Stevens, LeBlanc, and Stadnichuk. Those voting against, Councillor Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Mancinelli, Moll, and yourself.
Thank you very much. Going back to the main motion, Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the main motion?
Sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the points of the main motion. I just have questions on one, and that concerns the full-time, part-time report back to council. What that looks like, and if we'll just hold over relevant matters that we investigated a year ago when we were looking at this prior to this council. Through the chair.
Through you, Councillor, or through you, Mayor Masters, to Councillor Mancinelli. If I understand where you're going, you're asking with respect to the previous report a year ago that was on the council remuneration. At that time, there was no extensive review of any of the full-time comparators across Western Canada or other jurisdictions. So if we were to undertake that review, we would be bringing that back late in next year. We would be reviewing what other jurisdictions are doing, and any recommendations I would respectfully suggest would be in place for a subsequent new council that's elected sometime in 2024.
I'm fine with that. Just the way this is phrased, does this come from the viewpoint that this is already full-time?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I was going on from what I understand in terms of Councillor Bresciani moving, suggesting this 3 weeks ago, was that there is a general acknowledgement and concurrence that while you may not be full-time, you are more than part-time. So I'm looking at it to compare it with other major jurisdictions that deem their council members as full-time. That will be the comparator.
Just checking in. I guess as a person putting in the time, if I'm supposed to be full-time and I'm working a full-time job, it sounds like I'm not putting in my commitment to the responsibility I've taken on. And that's not what I agreed to. And I guess I didn't want to let anyone down. And the way that was phrased is a little bit, I don't know, offensive. I'm usually not a slacker, so just thought I'd bring that to light.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Findura.
No, I can go. Thank you, Mayor Masters. No, I can go, I guess. Yeah. So I just want to make a comment on the Planning Commission. It makes sense to appreciate the amendment and changing that to Tuesday. It is a lot of reports come to that. I believe there's probably 60 or plus % of all the reports or anything that comes to Planning Commission. And I believe that will relieve a little bit of pressure of the three, whoever sits on it next year, the three representative for council, to put a good effort into the meeting itself. This way, usually on Wednesdays, you sit here, as the commission goes, you sit here for 12, 13, 14 hours. And when the commission starts at 4, I think the commission needs us, as council, the 3 representatives, to be alert and in tune into what's going on, because it's a pressing issues and this importance of decision that being made. So appreciate of that, and that will work in the benefit of whoever sits on that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments from council, I'll ask City Clerk to call the vote on the main motion. Oh, I apologize. Councillor Stanachek, do you want to close off debate? I apologize.
Yes, I did want to close off debate. There's a couple of things that I just want to mention about why some of these changes are being made, and if there's any concerns that the public might have regarding the fact that you cannot, that the delegations would be heard at executive committee rather than at council. And I do know that we want to emphasize this as much as possible, that that's a good time for the discussion and the debate. We have gone through this past year of hearing the same delegations on numerous occasions, which takes up a lot of time of the council chambers. So we really want to hear that the delegations at executive committee. We want to have that time to ask them, questions and engage with them. And then if there are opportunities for them to raise additional points, they still have that opportunity through written submissions. I do think it will make our meetings more effective, and I think it will be a good step forward. We'll have a chance to review it in a year again to see how things have gone, but we really do want to, I do really want to emphasize that it's really important that we hear from delegations at executive committee that that this is going to be a shift in how they see council, that this is their opportunity is going to be at executive committee, and that the agendas will be published in advance, 13 days in advance, so it gives a lot more time for the public to see what's going to be coming to committee, and that's their opportunity to speak. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that close off, Councillor Stanachek. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion respecting the 2022 City Council Committee meeting calendar is passed 10-0.
I'll just thank council for finishing that item off. We are past our legislative break. We are going to break now for 15 minutes. I will see you back here at 3:38 p.m. Council, we'll consider item CM 21-21 from the Regina Planning Commission. This is a receive and file report. It does contain additional information related to the next item. Could I have someone that will inform some of the discussion around the next item? Could I have someone move a motion to receive and file CM 21-21? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Findura. Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, carried. Now we'll move on to CR 21-125, zoning bylaw amendments aquifer protection overlay zone. Councillor Findura, could I ask you to please introduce the report?
Okay, Mayor Masters, I'm just going to go through CR 21-125 to amend the zoning bylaw 2019 to allow for industrial development in a high sensitivity area of aquifer protection overlay zone to be considered on a discretionary use in conjunction with the submission by the applicant of aquifer protection plan, where such development is otherwise prohibited, and that all discretion use within the aquifer protection overlay zone be revised by the Regina Planning Commission and City Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder on the report? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I'll take any questions from members of council now. Are we asking? So I apologize, but just before we open up for council, I'll have Ms. Howrelak speak to the report.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the overlay zone intends to continue to protect the city's groundwater resources from contamination from development while balancing the desire to develop industrial lands. So these regulations were brought over through the zoning bylaw about from 30 years ago. And upon reflection and looking at some new developments that have come forward and looking at what the RMs around us have with regards to their development requirements, we are recommending that we do allow the opportunity for development over the aquifer, the high sensitivity aquifer overlay, and that we put an alternative approach to outright to outright prohibiting industrial developments. An aquifer protection plan would be required and be prepared and submitted by a qualified engineer, requiring baseline geological data and a description of the proposed development and its risks and monitoring plan. In addition, we would look at also requiring the provision in the bylaw amendment, if approved, to ask for financial assurances with respect to putting in place the development and putting in all those protection measures, but we do not recommend going forward with financial assurances with respect to accommodating any mitigation measures. We're recommending that the way the report is written, with the additional that we focus on preventative measures that relate to land use and regulations, and the process of remediation of contaminated sites should remain with the jurisdiction of the province. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Howrelak. I'll open it up to council. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask administration, let's say this proceeds as is. I want to see how this is going to work. So we have some live development opportunities. They will likely be over very sensitive aquifers. Water is a matter of life. So they submit an application to develop, and let's presume this is all within the city boundary. Walk me through the first step of that process and the kind of environmental oversight, the reports, the mitigation strategy plans that will be reviewed, right to the point where it comes to council, if you could.
Ms. Howrelak? Through you, Mayor Masters, I might start and then ask Ms. Dawson to go through it. But when the application comes in, we would require them to submit all of the documents that is required, which would be the aquifer protection plan and the mitigative measures. And so all other studies that would be required as per the application process. Then we would review that. We have in-house expertise that would review that and go through that, and if there was any concerns with respect to the documents that they're brought in, we would go back and forth with the applicants. So there would be the due diligence of reviewing all of those plans, and then ensuring that all of our requirements are met. And there would be our circulation process to ensure that stakeholders and internal resources and stakeholders would be consulted, and that would be also addressed. So that would be all taken into consideration, and then as part of the preparation of the report to council, we'd look at the type of development and if this amendment went through, whether or not there'd need to be financial assurances for the actual development of it, like we do with our servicing agreement, our servicing agreements. And then from there, we would make recommendations to council, and it would come here for discussion. So it is a rigorous process that we would go through. These lands, if they were in the city limits, regardless, they're in the joint planning area, so there would be consultation with our neighbors, et cetera. So I'm not sure if Ms. Dawson has anything else to add.
No, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, Ms. Howrelak gave a thorough overview of the process. So if there's any more questions, we can certainly dive into that. But the only other thing I would add is if we would look at these on a case-by-case basis. So if there was additional conditions or additional requirements that we felt was necessary for a particular development, we could consider those at time of decision.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's feasible then that there could be various levels of jurisdiction, federal, provincial, and municipal covered. If they went through an environmental assessment at the provincial level, would it simply come to the city with a stamp of approval, or would you be privy to all the documents, reports, and analyses that they had to submit to the Ministry of Environment, for instance? Would you have an opportunity to review, vet, or you just get a sign-off from the provincial government?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Dawson to go through our process with respect to when there is approvals that are required. A lot of the times, we will put a condition that says the development permit is subject to all of those permits, and then we don't see them unless there's something specific for the city. But I might ask her to expound.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. That is pretty much how it goes. There are certain hazardous type developments that require provincial approval as well, and we certainly take a look at those, but we're looking after municipal interests as well through our development permit review, and there would be additional information that we would be considering as well.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, in the supplemental report and main report, administration hints at provincial powers that can operate as an oversight mechanism. Minister of the Environment or the appropriate minister can require a report on an incident, require corrective action. Can you cite any examples in the city of Regina where the Ministry of the Environment or the provincial government has required any of that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask if Mr. Kuntz has knowledge of that.
Through the chair, I would actually have to go take a look at what incidences may be, I guess, have been forced by the province as opposed to voluntary compliance by emitters in the province or contaminators within the province. There's several sites that have been cleaned up throughout the city. I'm just generally not aware of whether it was through an order or whether it was through alternative means.
Okay, thank you. I can follow up on that. The assurances, you've elected not to pursue that. It was mentioned in the supplemental report. Can you provide a bit more of a reason as to why?
To you, Mayor Masters, as we've noted in the report, we're focusing on the preventative measures. Like, those are the real ones that we can work with within our jurisdiction, and we're really looking at land use, and we can take financial assurances at that point in time. It's really about the regulatory process with the province, and that if we do find out throughout, like if we're monitoring, as the report says, and we come across something, then we would report that, and then the polluter pays and the province would get on board. I think part of our challenge is how do you quantify that value as we go forward at looking at some of these developments. That's part of it, but it's also keeping the jurisdictional pieces separate. Okay. I might ask if Ms. Dawson has anything else to add.
So through you, Mayor Masters, we are authorized through the development permit process to take performance bonds or securities, I guess, to ensure that the development is initiated and concluded, I guess, to a point where they're fully operational. But then, once they've complied with the conditions of their development permit, which gets them through to construction, if they're operating and it's ongoing, if there's an issue at that point in time, we've then said that the provincial mechanism for polluters or emitters is then more appropriate to take action.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the report and the study. I would like to propose an amendment in the interest of transparency to those principles that we've heard. I just sent it to Amber, just now. And the amendment is that all Aquifer Protection Plan requirements, reports, and studies be made available in reports to Council and on the City of Regina website. I'll need a seconder, and then I can explain why.
Councillor Stanichuk?
just wait for Amber, sorry. My apologies. Thank you. So, we're committed to environmental sustainability. We want to make sure that we're open for economic development. We've talked about accountability and transparency, so I think this goes along those lines. I want to make sure as a matter of policy that this information is made public and that third parties not involved either with the city or council or the applicant can actually vet and review this. We put a lot of stock in the Ministry of the Environment here at the provincial level to do this work, and we bank on that analysis. I think there's plenty of reasons to hold suspect the level of rigor that is applied in that scenario. Secondly, I think it's important for us to set our own standard when it comes to transparency. I learned about this a little bit during the Viterra open house, and it was a tale of two levels of government. One, many of the requirements that Viterra, just as an example, would have to fulfill, would have to be advanced to the federal government. The federal government has actually been pretty good in recent years of ensuring that more and more information is available through open source, et cetera, whereas the provincial process is basically FOI and we'll find the information. It is not transparent. It is not an open access system. You often have to fight, to scramble, negotiate, FOI, and then FOI, and then FOI, and then appeal that FOI to get the kind of information you need. And often you'll get that information and you'll actually send it to an environmental engineer and they'll actually pick holes in it and realize that it's really not the most rigorous process. So I think it's a concern. And I think it is of value, especially if we're seeing the kind of industrial development in the north. And of course, none of these industries have anything to hide. It would be in everyone's public well-being to see this information posted publicly. We still have a discretionary use application. We can still review it. All that I'm asking for is that the information sensitive to the environmental assessment be made public and privy to council upon request. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I think I'll ask Mr. Weary to comment on that this is completely allowed within privacy laws, that this is allowable.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I think the only comment I would make on the motion is just that the requirements of LA FOIP, we cannot contract out of those because they're provincial law, and council can't by motion. I think the spirit and intent of Councillor Stevens' motion, I assume, is that those things that can be disclosed publicly on our open data website, probably the clerk can probably speak to that part of it better than I, would be assumed. So that's the only point I would make there with respect to some of these records that come into our possession as a city.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Mr. Clerk, would you speak to that?
I would agree through you, Mayor Masters, that the city solicitor is correct. One of the things that the office that oversees this in my area is to ensure that any request always has to meet other overriding legislation that may affect it. So anything that would be released would only be released where it would be appropriate to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Oh, no, sorry, not to the amendment.
I apologize. Okay. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, I'll have City Clerk call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the amendment passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, you wish to speak to the main motion?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just in regards on page 4, in regards to remediation for contaminated sites, I want to ask there, what is the process? So we say it falls within the provincial government. If someone is looking at that site, they get referred to the provincial government from the city, but then the provincial government says, no, it's the city's responsibility. I've heard that a few times, so I'd like to know what is the process and how are we streamlining that so people who actually are interested in those sites want to do something and they're not shoved back and forth between two levels of government. Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Kuntz to talk about that specific issue.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So contaminated sites is covered under the Environmental Management Protection Act and the Environmental Code, which came out in 2015. It is strictly a provincial, under provincial jurisdiction. The city does have responsibilities as a municipality to report spills or releases, but that's generally where the city's responsibility ends. What is required once an entity or a business or a person identifies contamination, they are required to report it to the Ministry of Environment, and then there is a process that is initiated where they're required to do what is called phase 2 investigation, or they would drill or dig to determine the extent of the impacts. Once they determine the extent of the impacts, they're required to have a professional engineer determine the risk to the environment, to others in the area. And depending on the risk, that's where the Ministry of Environment will make a call on whether further work needs to be done to actually clean up the site or whether it needs to be monitored further. If there's a requirement to clean up the site, what's called a corrective action plan is required. They will get all the information together on what the costs would be, who's responsible for the cleanup and whatnot, and then it would move into a remediation plan where they actually remove the contaminated material, test it, make sure it's clean, and then there would be a report indicating that the site is clean, and the ministry would review that, and although it will not certify that a site is clean, they would indicate acceptance of a report or non-acceptance of a report if it doesn't meet provincial regulation.
Well, thank you for that long answer. I can see why maybe people get lost in that process. So just to be clear, so if there's a contaminated site, say an old gas station or whatever, and someone was looking at that site, and so that would then go to the provincial government. The provincial government, I'm sorry, just the process would have to do what?
Sorry, Councillor Bresciani, you're talking about purchasing a site that's contaminated?
No, the process to get that, to access that site, to what I've heard is you go to the province and the province says, hey, that's the city's responsibility. And then you go to the city and the city says, no, that's the provincial government's responsibility. So I guess my question is, how do you come to, is there an easy way to say, listen, when we look at these sites, there's something you fill out? Is there, rather than just kind of refer to the provincial government and this is what you got to do? Or I guess the process does not seem easy, as we've heard from Mr. Kuntz. So is there something that's, because we have a lot of vacant sites across our city that should be looked at and considered, but if the process is too vigorous, they won't happen. So I guess how does this work where if the province is saying the city and the city is saying the province, how does that work? Like, is there something I'm missing?
Ms. Harlech?
So I might start and then ask Mr. Kuntz or Ms. Dawson to answer that. I think when it's, it is confusing because sometimes people will put in purchase, like they'll want to purchase it and then they'll come to the city to get a level 1 assessment, like what has been on that, et cetera. But you're getting at the reclamation, I believe, or the, right? and the purchasing of it.
Oh, I'm not sure, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm not sure. It's just more so about the communication and the process, that's all I'm wondering about. So is it the process that, I read in the report, it's the provincial government's responsibility, but is that even on the land within the city? I guess that has to be done through the province first? I'm still confused, sorry.
Yeah, so I might try and then I'll ask Mr. Coons. So what we will do is we will notify anybody looking to purchase what had been on that land, like if there was a gas station, et cetera. But at the end, I believe what Mr. Coons is saying too is that it is the polluter who has to clean it up, and it is the province. So
Okay.
I might ask Mr. Coons to talk about that.
Sorry, just to add before you do that, so that would be a good point, like to find out, because we have a few in the city, what pushes them to actually get them to start cleaning them up then?
I'll ask
Through the
Mr.
chair.
Coons to go through that specifically.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so I'll talk just about privately owned lands within the city, because there are publicly owned lands that the city owns, and we have, we go about it differently, definitely, for city-owned lands. But for publicly owned lands, there's one of two things that really push, a developer or a landowner to move. One of them is they want to sell that property, and, it's financially viable to do so based on the remediation costs involved. So, the seller or a buyer would approach the seller. They would engage a professional engineer or a consulting firm to come in and do assessments on that land. The city of Regina really doesn't have any involvement on, reviewing sales of lands or contaminated sites on a private transaction. The other thing that would potentially trigger it would be if the Ministry of Environment deems that there's risk to the public or further risk to the environment, then they may require it. The other option is, because city lands often border privately owned lands, if that contamination were to come onto city lands and put our infrastructure at risk, that would be a condition where the city would definitely step in and raise concerns with the Ministry of Environment and the polluter, and we would have definitely a say in what the cleanup looked like, and we would be able to give our professional opinions, our engineers give their professional opinions on what an acceptable level of risk would be, but it would in the end need to meet provincial regulation.
Okay, thank you, that's clear. So at this time, there's nothing that pushes these vacant sites through our city bylaws or anything to try and get these sites remediated? So they can sit there forever. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So that's correct. There's nothing that at this point that would make them do that, as Mr. Coons had said. But just to recall, we do have the underutilized land strategy that we brought forward, and this was one of the issues that came up, was contaminated lands, and what types of tools and things can the city do to help incentivize getting these sites cleaned up and new developments put on that. And so that is something in the strategy that will be on our work plan to bring something forward to council, because through that, as we know, some of these sites are very costly to remediate, and what tools are in our toolbox to help these sites get cleaned up and then rebuilt on.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. Through the chair, at the end of the day, what I'm really worried about is, are we and surrounding municipalities all treating this aquifer with the same caution and care? And does this policy align with that intention?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So right now we're not allowing development, whereas the RM and the two RMs are allowing. The RM of Edenwald has a more stringent regulations in terms of similar to what we're proposing. So, but in the end, what the two jurisdictions are doing is they are requiring the remediation plan, looking at each of the developments and requiring it with conditions of development. So we're trying to align ourselves similarly with them to ensure that we can see development take place that is suitable for being over that aquifer. So right now we're, if it's in the RM, they can go ahead and do it, but like if they meet all the requirements, but right now we're limiting it, which is, from our perspective, needs to be opened up for economic development and to allow us to look at certain developments that make sense that could go there, that aren't going to in any way harm the aquifer.
Perfect. And so up until now, it's been the Water Security Agency that's kind of allowed the RMs to develop on the aquifer, but there has been protections in place to date, even when the developments occurred.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so it's not the Water Security Agency, it's the Statements of Provincial Interest, has a statement regarding the aquifers, and it's basically, which states that the interest is to avoid, minimize, or mitigate potential development's impacts to the aquifer and the groundwater. So it gives guidance and oversight to municipalities to develop policy and regulation regarding development over those aquifers within their jurisdictions.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions just for clarification from my knowledge. Does the city right now have an aquifer protection plan or emergency response plan for our landfill? Do we have that in place right now? Through you, Mayor Masters?
Through you, Mayor Masters, REOC does. So we have built emergency response plans throughout the organization. That was a part of the work we did a year ago. That's headed up by Jeff Rowden, our manager of emergency management. I believe landfill was a part of that, but I can double check. I'm pretty sure they were through solid waste.
If you wouldn't mind just double checking on that, I just want some clarification on that.
Now, through the mayor, so just for clarification, are you referring to emergency response plan, surface emergency response plan? Like if something happened at the landfill?
Right, if there was any spills or any contaminations at our landfill, what's our response? What do we do? What do we implement?
And through you, Mayor Masters, so as you heard earlier in the Fire Master Plan, so one of the services is our hazardous materials support. So that is done through Fire and Protective Services. We have a team that is trained and dedicated to any hazardous spill. So they are the first to respond. How we deal with that, they have that as a part of their protocol.
So just adding to that, and you said that was implemented a year ago, is that correct through you, Madam Mayor?
No. Through your Mayor Masters, so through fire, they have their own standard operating procedures.
Okay.
So to deal with any emergency response in regards to hazardous material, they have a process they follow. So they're called, any incident in the city with hazardous materials, fire is the first to respond. What I'm referring to, an emergency management plan, that is what we worked on through Jeff Rowden and business continuity and emergency management. So each one of our respective departments and branches within the city of Regina has built their own, what they do in terms of support, their involvement if an emergency of greater magnitude was to happen in the city of Regina. Two different things.
Okay, so the city of Regina, though, has something that they do out at the landfill. They have something that they've implemented, is that correct?
Yes.
So if we have, and if we do, has there been ever any report, going back to Councillor Andrews' amendment, has this ever been reported to the public through the chair?
Sorry, Councillor, can I get you to repeat that?
And just to go on to what Councillor Andrews is bringing to this amendment, any spills, any concerns with that, has that ever been reported to the public? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to ask Mr. Coons to respond.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the landfill does have several protections in place to protect the aquifer, included liners and leachate collection systems. And we do have a very robust monitoring system, groundwater monitoring system, just to keep an eye on that aquifer. And we do report that annually to the Ministry of Environment. And I'm not entirely sure if we make that report public right now on open data, but it's definitely something we can look at. It's available to the public through the Ministry of Environment, but I think it's something we can look at releasing annually as well.
Thank you for that. I'm just expecting if businesses and companies are going to be asked to do this, I would expect that we follow the same. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Fundura, did you want to close off debate? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please call the City Clerk. Please call the question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's 9 in favor, 1 against, and of course, Councillor Zakiniak is absent from the meeting today.
Thank you very much. Council, we have another receive and file report, CM 21-22, which forms part of the additional information that was requested for CR 21-160. So I'm going to ask, can I have someone move a motion to receive and file CM 21-22? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, and a seconder from Councillor Moll. Pardon me. Please go ahead.
My son works for one of the applicants as a lawyer, so I should excuse myself.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I apologize for not noticing the button earlier. Thank you. This is the receive and file vote that City Clerk will put up shortly for CM 21-22. Oh, I apologize. She wants me to ask if anyone's opposed. Seeing none, carried. We do have a delegation on this report. Council? I'd like to call upon Delegation Tara Robinson. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Mayor Masters and City Council. My name is Tara Robinson, and I am the CEO of the RCMP Heritage Center, and I am calling from the center in Regina. And I just wanted to express our gratitude for the ongoing support from the City of Regina. We value this long-standing relationship and have great respect and for our partnership and our collaborative efforts to provide meaningful experiences to Regina citizens and tourists alike. We understand that this relationship is very profound to our operations and our success, and we just want to express our gratitude. We are in the midst of efforts to become a national museum, and we look forward to providing Council with updates as we progress. I'm just very new in my role, and I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you, and that we consider this partnership a privilege, and that I would be eager to answer any questions that the Council may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robinson. Do any members of Council have any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
We'll now consider item CR 21-160, community nonprofit tax exemption for 2022. Councillor Stadnicek, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. At Executive Committee, we dealt with this a report on property tax exemptions for community nonprofit organizations. The report from administration recommended approving property tax exemptions for 31 organizations. The report also recommended that the community nonprofit tax exemption policy be revised to increase the financial cap from 1.2 million in a year to 1.24 million. We heard from 3 delegations, including the Saskatchewan Science Centre and the Mackenzie Art Gallery. Those two were not receiving the tax exemption on the full property. Executive Committee asked for supplementary report, which we just dealt with, and they've also pointed out that this whole policy will be under review. So the recommendations before Council is to approve those tax exemptions in Appendix B, to revise the policy to increase the financial cap to 1.24 million, and increase it every year at a rate equal to the previous year's mill rate increase, and then authorize administration to apply to the Government of Saskatchewan on behalf of the property owners for the exemption of the education portion of the property tax, and to direct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw to authorize these exemptions.
Thank you. I will turn it over to administration. If anyone from administration, Mr. Lacey, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. So maybe just a couple of comments. So administration in bringing forward the recommendations in this report is guided by the community nonprofit tax exemption policy with respect to the recommendations in this report. Maybe just a little bit on the supplemental report that was dealt with previously. There were 2, I think, key conversations that came out of Executive Committee. One was just additional information on organizations that qualify for property tax exemptions under this policy. What of those organizations have also received funding under the Community Investment Grants Funding Program. So you'll find that in the appendix, as I know you've read, in the supplemental report. And then there was a conversation as well and a discussion around 2 of the organizations, Mackenzie Art Gallery and Saskatchewan Science Centre, have a restaurant that they lease out with respect to providing food services in those locations. And so the discussion around there was some discussion around more information with respect to whether those organizations are making a net profit from those lease arrangements. And in conversations and back and forth with those 2 organizations, they have basically identified that they see those leases and they use those leases as alternative revenue sources, which then they use that revenue to fund programming and services provided to their organization. As we had discussed last week, the policy around this piece does speak to in criteria 3.3, any portion of the property used by the private sector or an organization not meeting the terms is not eligible for the tax exemption. So that in part drove administration's recommendation around this piece not to provide tax exemption on those properties. And I've spoken to it a little bit. I do think there's a fundamental principle there to consider with respect to an organization's tax that it would otherwise be exempt tax out part of their property, what principle should apply. Also recognize that this policy is under review, and I think nothing's ever black and white, and so there's a broader piece I think for us to look at. So, council may want to take that into consideration as they look at the main report.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for the supplementary report. It's very helpful, and I think it comes wholesome, so I appreciate that. It kind of gives the whole kind of story, right? So I appreciate that coming forward in future reports as well. And I think for a new council, it's helpful as well. But I do, I'd like to make a motion that, that the Science Center and the Mackenzie Art Gallery go back to 100%. And the reason I say that is this will be reviewed, policy will be reviewed, but I see this somewhat different in the fact that it's an art facility, and sometimes the only time you'll go to these facilities is to, visit the art, the art gallery, or and they've kind of taken it upon themselves to help with their own revenue sources to go to funding some of the programs. I think that the other piece that kind of in this situation to do it now is the communication with those organizations. I think it's very difficult to go back now and say that you have to come up with another $8,000, and you put that on a restaurateur right now, well, that restaurateur will probably go under due to the impacts that the restaurateurs have had to deal with. We're lucky that they're probably still alive through COVID. So I would ask that we leave it at 100% as it was, and when the policy is reviewed, I do think then that would be time for a conversation as well with to look at something else if that's deemed necessary through staff.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Can Councillor Bresciani have a seconder on her? Thank you, Councillor Shaw, seconded on the amendment. Councillor Shaw, you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Masters. I brought this up at the last meeting, just questioning why we did this to them. I appreciate what Councillor Bresciani said. I believe that now is just not the time. They just didn't have enough notice, I think, for right now, until this gets reviewed. My question is, just because I don't have the background and the knowledge, when this gets reviewed and this money, so this restaurant is paying them, I don't know what the rent is, but whatever they're paying them the rent, they're putting that back into programming. Would that be different? I know you had compared this to, when restaurants are in the Mosaic Stadium or whatever, and they're paying, but that money's not going back into programming or helping buy tickets for kids to go to the hockey games or the whatever. So my question is, in a roundabout way here, so if this restaurant is paying the Mackenzie Art Gallery a certain amount of money, they can prove that money goes back into some type of a programming in their nonprofit, would that keep them exempt from the tax exemption through you, Mayor Masters?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I will maybe attempt a response. So, typically when you see lease payment arrangements, there's usually a portion in those leases that relate to paying for the space. And then oftentimes those lease arrangements will then speak to property taxes as well, that either will be paid separately by, as a separate item in that lease agreement, or are explicitly acknowledged as being part of the lease payment. And so, when we look at this, I think there's a couple of things in play. So one is there certainly is, a benefit that these nonprofits receive in being able to lease out some of their space, and whatever money they can use from that lease to further pay for the nonprofit activities of their organizations, I think is a good thing. I think the thing we just need to think about is when we look at this and consult, what's specifically the nature of those leases. And so you did mention in other nonprofit properties, even in city properties like, for example, Trax Cafe in the loss, and they do pay property taxes, even though they're providing a service to that facility. And so the principle there is really around, like restaurants, should if a restaurant 6 blocks down the street from one of these places is paying property taxes and it's very similar, shouldn't a restaurant that's leasing that space in the nonprofit also pay property tax for fairness and equity in a competitive marketplace? So I think you're balancing that principle against some of the benefits of a restaurant being located in these locations. And I think there's a number of things that we need to think about and look at as we look at that policy, right? Is the restaurant operate outside the hours, perhaps, of the operation of that nonprofit? That would seem to maybe indicate more of an independent operation. Does the restaurant operate more like a cafeteria within the hours of that operation and primarily serves visitors of that operation? So I think we start getting into some subjective and gray areas, but I think those are the questions as we review the policy we need to ask ourselves, balancing the principle of everybody should be treated the same with respect to paying property tax regardless of who they're leasing their space from, vis-a-vis some of the objectives we're trying to achieve through this nonprofit exemption policy.
Thank you. I'll wait to hear back from you guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I just want to say that I support this motion, and in particular, we received communication from the two organizations that they were caught off guard by this, and so I think in light of the fact that they haven't been able to prepare for any kind of a decrease in this exemption, that and that everyone is coming out of COVID, so a lot of these organizations were shut for many months during COVID, that we should continue to exempt them fully for this year, and that we'll see what happens through the review after that.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, what's the cost of increasing this back to 100%, and will have a major impact on the 2022 budget?
Oh, I had that. Through you,
I believe it's $6,350.
Mayor Masters, it's in the supplemental report. So the municipal portion would be a $6,350 additional cost with respect to exemption of those taxes. And that still would fall within the $1.24 million cap that we've recommended council increase the cap to.
Okay, thank you. I guess a comment with regards to some of the correspondence. Seems to be a suggestion among some of these groups that they have an entitlement to this exemption. They do not. And I think that was actually communicated in some of the letters. They apply like everybody else, and they need to know that. Secondly, this is not the first time these organizations have been before us and have risked a reduction in their exemption. Through the chair, in the policy, do we account for the fact that this is a fraction of what it would cost to run an art gallery or a science center? So basically, we're getting a service for a reduced cost. Is that kind of comparable service analysis part of the decision making? I can reframe it if you like.
So I'm not sure, through you, Mayor Masters. So I think really what you're referring to comes back to the intent of the policy. And the intent of the policy is really to support organizations that are in financial need, that are furthering council's priorities, what council sees as the priorities in the OCP or related master plans. But to do so as well, being cognizant of the fact then that tax burden does shift to the rest of the tax base. And so I think it really is a balance with respect to finding a way to support these organizations that are advancing important pieces in our community that council thinks has value, but at the same time trying to manage and balance what that financial impact is more broadly on the city, but as well as remaining taxpayers.
Perfect. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. Mr. Lacey mentioned a whole plethora of different thoughts when they gave criteria to whether or not to give the tax reduction. Were those all applied to the recommendation given by administration already? Were a lot of those questions answered when they provided the recommendation before?
So through you, Mayor Masters, the current policy is what guides and guided administration's recommendations to council. And so the current policy is pretty black and white right now with respect to for administration not to consider leased property to other organizations as part of that exemption amount. I just come back and I'll just make two comments. One, it's a policy. Council has the ability to make decisions outside of that policy. Secondly, I think there's been some questions and observations made through deliberations of both committee and council that I think we can go back and reflect on as we look at that policy and whether or not we believe any changes or clarifications are required.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, the criteria you mentioned were part of the policy, and as such, administration used that criteria to come with the recommendations within the policy. So yes, they were considered and looked into. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct. We were just applying the policy as written, but I will acknowledge, as is identified in the supplemental report, there are other, I think matters that for this year are extenuating circumstances.
My second part of my question, the problem lies with the fact that it wasn't clearly communicated to what had gone on with the past. They caught a couple of the beneficiaries of the policy by surprise. Would that be a good summary?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think there's a couple of pieces. Certainly with the Science Center, that has been one that restaurant has existed there for a number of years, and administration has been recommending tax exemptions. And I think through this year's review, right or wrong, that was noticed, and therefore an amendment was brought forward. So there really, I would agree that has been a significant change with not any kind of notice to the Science Center around that piece. While the policy has it right in the policy, and that's not changed since the inception of the policy, it's always existed. And there has been some level of communication. I think administration would indicate that that communication could have been more clear and more direct with those organizations this year.
Thank you. Just a comment. I agree with administration's process of the policy and the recommendation, but as Mr. Lacey described, due to the circumstances of the year, I'll support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Mencinelli. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm not trying to get banned from Sky Bistro in the Science Center, but I'm opposed to the amendment, mostly because I think not enforcing Section 3.3 of this policy sets up some perverse incentives. In particular, if we lighten up on it, I might look to set up shop for my law firm inside a nonprofit to pay lower tax. And you might think about other restaurants doing that sort of thing in the future. I think similarly, you could imagine here it's quite a small percentage of the floor that goes to a for-profit. You could imagine it being 20 or 30%. That's quite a big leg up for one restaurant against another to not pay property tax. So I'm going to vote against the amendment, although sympathetic to the two very good organizations caught off guard.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. I just have a few questions. You were applying the policy as written. How long has the policy existed as written?
Through you, Mayor Masters, since 2018. This is year 3 that it's been applied.
So it's year 3, and this is the first year the policy is being applied.
Sorry, no, the policy's been applied since its inception. I would indicate that the assessment with respect to the restaurants, or the restaurant in particular located within the Science Center, if I could say this, that policy was applied incorrectly the first 2 years.
Perfect. Thank you. So this is not a matter of you not enforcing a policy. This is just a matter of correcting a policy not applied correctly, specifically to the Science Center. And the Mackenzie Art Gallery, I think, as you have noted, that's a new lease.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
I think when I raise this, I'm going to support the amendment for this year, but I just wanted to articulate something. My issue isn't that you want to charge property tax for the nonprofit, the non-nonprofit portion of the building. It's that they're within a lease right now where it was not considered. And the notice should be when that lease expires, they can work it into that lease agreement so it doesn't come out of their operating. That was my only concern. And so in the middle of existing lease terms, when it hasn't been contemplated, we are then going into their programming dollars. So that would be my ask. So 2022, I'm fine. I would just be interested when those leases expire so it can be negotiated so that you can apply the policy appropriately, which I have zero issue with. But just not that we penalize them in the process while we transition into the appropriate application. Thank you. On terms of the amendment, Councilor Bresciani, do you want to close off debate?
That's exactly my point, was they're right now in or within a contract. So, and it's the lack of notification, even though it's not expected every year. Though if it's going to change, advance notice, there should have been a conversation, and that's the only point that I think needs to be addressed. So I think that I just asked for the support on this, and then it'll be reassessed in another year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. I would ask City Clerk to call the vote on the amendment.
Mayor Masters, the amendment carries in a vote of 8-1, with only Councilor LeBlanc voting against it. And Councilor Mancinelli got his vote. Yep.
Thank you, Council. We are going back to the main motion, which was discussed at length at executive. Does any member of council wish to speak to the main motion? Seeing none, I'll ask City Clerk to call the vote on the main motion as amended. I apologize. We need a seconder for the main motion. Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Oh, you moved it. Can I get it? Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I appreciate the eye contact.
I'll talk to you as soon as the vote's done. Mayor Masters, the vote carries 9-0 with the noted absence of Councillor Hawkins due to a recusal.
Thank you. Moving on to CR 21-161. We have a communication on CR 21-161 from the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file the communication? Thank you. Communication CP 21-34 for the record. Ask for seconder on this one. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I'll call the question. Any opposed to the receive and file? Seeing none, carried. We'll consider CR 21-161 intensification levy referral report. Councillor Stadnichuk, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you. On November,
Just one moment, please.
sorry, okay.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do have to recuse myself, as I have a family member in the development business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Sorry. Did I get us? We'll now consider item CR 21-161 intensification levy referral report. Councillor Stadnichuk, can I ask you to introduce the report?
Okay, thank you. On November 17th, the Executive Committee considered this report from City Planning and Community Development. It's regarding the intensification levy. The report recommends that Council repeal the intensification levy and to instead apply a tax lift generated from intensification developments in order to fund the infrastructure costs related to that development. The report also recommends that the city create a new capital reserve, the intensification infrastructure reserve. These changes would require the city solicitor to prepare bylaw amendments for approval at a future council meeting, and the administration will report back to council in 2 years if this is approved in Q4 of 2023 with a review of this change and any recommendations after consulting with stakeholders. And administration might want to give a little more information about this report.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Ms. Harlick, wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So as Councillor Stadnichuk has indicated, we are recommending the removal of the intensification levy and applying the tax lift funding as a source for alternative funding required to fund the related infrastructure of estimated at $125 million. The proposed financial model that we're putting before you today has the same risks using the tax lift as we currently have in the inherent current development charges policy. And so when we came back and had listened to council and with industry, we felt that because the risks are the same, this is more of a proactive approach to look at intensification, and we are supporting that. We have a number of other initiatives that are underway that are going to help support our intensification targets, and this is just one of many that we have underway, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Harlick, very much for that report. This was discussed at executive. Do any members of council have any further questions that they'd like to ask administration? Seeing none, I'd ask City Clerk to call the vote.
With respect to the report, Mayor Masters, it is carried on a vote 9-0 with the noted recusal of Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. We'll hold one moment while Councillor Bresciani returns to chambers. Council, in the spirit of time, we're going to continue on to consider the next item on the agenda, but I just want to give you a heads up. Depending upon the length of debate, there are a few items that we do have to get done, and so you may see me switch up the agenda depending upon how long this takes. So we'll consider item CR 21-162, State of the Urban Forest. Councillor Hawkins, could I please ask that you introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. State of the Urban Forest, this is a recommendation from the Ops Committee that City Council increase the tree replacement budget from $91,000 per year to $125,000 per year through the 2022 budget process upcoming, with a further increase of $25,000 per year for the next 5 years, to approve a tree donation program which allows residents to plant trees on public lands on application to the city. 3, declare the first Wednesday in June of each year, beginning June 2022, as Arbor Day Regina, and donate 1,000 tree seedlings to Regina residents, and to instruct City Council to prepare the following amendments. Authorize the director to permit residents to plant trees as part of the tree donation program. Housekeeping amendments, and finally increase the minimum removal fee for requests to remove established trees to $500 per tree. That's up from $300. And then 5, direct administration to consult with Regina Home Builders Association on options to increase trees and/or shrubbery for residential homes and parks, and return with a report to the Ops Committee in Q4 2022. This is fairly self-evident. I just want to make 2 comments. The first is the city has succeeded in its goal, its OCP goal of planting one tree per person. However, due to drought and other climatic conditions, and due to disease, mostly insects, that's not going to continue unless we increase the budget of the community planning department to plant trees. This is a modest request, and I urge you to accept it. The second thing I want to state is this. We had a vigorous discussion in Ops Committee about trees. People love trees. People identify the tree canopy in the older parts of Regina with the city and are proud of it. We asked and discussed with the tree folks why it was that we were no longer planting large canopy trees, but we're planting trees which I rather pejoratively referred to as shrubs in the newer areas, trees that don't go to very big heights. It was explained to us that way back in the 1980s, this decision was made. It was made because of they anticipated disease would be a problem with the bigger canopy trees, and they were looking for smaller shrub-type trees. We expressed that this might come as a surprise to some Regina people who would like to see bigger trees, real trees. And after that discussion, an undertaking was given that the forestry people would go back. They would write a report on this. The report would examine what large tree varieties could be used in order to increase the proportion of large trees versus small shrub-like trees. So that's coming back in Q 2022. That said, I just want to underline how important trees are to the city of Regina. I want to put on the floor of council, though, that this business of the type and variety of trees is important to citizens, and that recognizing the challenge of climate change and the challenge of disease, such as the Dutch elm beetle, we still should be able to identify larger real trees to plant in the city of Regina. With that, Madam Mayor, I'll leave it for council to discuss this issue, urging, however, that this very modest financial request, which is going to the budget process, be recommended by council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We also had talked about one of the things that, and I believe it was either an undertaking or a motion, I'm not sure, but it was about talking about the newer areas and why we're seeing that the city used to do 1 tree per house, and that's no longer happening. And so there's an undertaking, as Councillor Hawkins indicated, that they're going to be actually meeting with the development industry to find out, to come up with a suggestion. Is it 1, 2, or 3, whatever that is? And we're actually trees. It's not just little shrubs. As we've moved to more of a compact housing, we've heard that you can't get these big trees on there. But I would say that as we increase the density, the green is just, if not more important, as we increase this density. So that was one. The other piece that we did ask about, which I think we considered taking the option to increase the funding to get more trees faster, but they had indicated as well that we're in a drought too, because some of the trees that they plant have died, and that was a real concern. So if we increase the funding too fast, that they may not be able to maintain those trees. So that was one of the, because it was, again, talked about, and that was something we considered. So I think Councillor Hawkins explained it very well. We do appreciate it, but I think the main drive was we want more trees in this city, and we've gotten tree awards, but not only just trees, but we need to maintain the trees, and we don't want to see them dying. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. I'd like to make a slight, hopefully, housekeeping amendment to number 5. Hopefully this can be sorted out just by a friendly amendment. Next to Regina Home Builders Association, it would then read, and other appropriate stakeholders. I'm not sure why the home builders have a monopoly on trees. I think there's a lot of community groups that could probably add to that. So I would ask first the mover and seconder of this report, and if not, I'll put an amendment on the floor.
You got agreement.
Great, thank you. I would like a bit more clarification. This is a really important report, by the way, on the capacity to plant more trees. I worry that we don't have the capacity. I would actually like to see this doubled for various reasons. What would bring us to a point where we could actually double the funding and number of trees that we plant?
I'm not sure the question can be answered by administration, but you want to take a stab at it?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yeah, I think we'd have to take that away and come back with an answer regarding that, unless Ms. Shaley has an answer, but I'd like to take that away and come back with a different answer.
Would it be feasible to have it roped into the report that's pending Q4 of 2022?
That can be done, yes.
Okay. The intention, of course, would be that we could at least consider this going into the 2023 budget. I know it's kind of last minute, but I think that would be appropriate. There is reference in here of increasing the fee through the chair of cutting down a tree. Would it be possible to consider either through the report or through bylaw changes that instead of the fee, that an applicant could actually commit to planting trees in lieu? So you cut down a tree, maybe it's a fee, maybe you're actually committing to planting 3 or more trees like we've done in Wascana Park.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think if we could add that to that, then we'll bring some recommendations around that.
Great.
We'd
I'm going to think of a whole
recommend
bunch of things to put in that report. Great. Thank you.
Extending the time of said report. I'm just kidding. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you for this, and this is something I feel very strongly about, considering I come from northern Saskatchewan where there's trees everywhere, and we don't have enough down here, so we get blown over by the wind. In further with this conversation, I learned a lot about trees during this. I've learned that if you plant a tree here, it's going to disrupt the sidewalk right there in 10 years from now. There's a lot of planning that goes around planting trees. There's a lot of planning that goes around in establishing those trees, and a lot of planning going around and keeping those trees alive and healthy. And I'm hoping that this is what's going to be encompassed in this report. Going off of what Councillor Andrews said, Councillor Stevens, I heard from a resident that they had a problem with a tree. SAS Power came in and cut it down with no city consultation. Is that correct? Is that something that happens in the city here, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Shaley to go through the details, because if it's a city-owned tree, the process versus if it's a tree that's owned by the homeowner different, I believe, but I'll ask Ms. Shaley to confirm the process.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so the only time Sask Power would move forward with removing a tree or pruning a tree is if there is a safety concern that they need to address. However, typically there is conversation with city staff before any tree is removed from public property.
Okay, so in that clarification, I'm going to come to you with the exact,
Councillor Shaw, not too specific in terms of, it's a budget discussion about planting trees.
so if this goes through and the doubling of the trees and so on and so forth, what I'd like to know is, so if me as a resident wants to plant 2 trees, I can plant 2 trees. Will I be guided on what trees to plant and where to plant on my property, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So right now, the program that it's for planting trees within our rights of ways, and so we would guide you with that, and then you would water it. That's the program that we're proposing around that. So I'm not sure if you mean specifically just general plantings around,
I
your
just wanted to
property.
make sure that and I say, oh, I
Yeah.
want a tree in my yard, and then you as a city can say, you know what, that's not a good thing because you're located here and there's this tree here and there's that tree there. So give me some education on it if I don't have that education.
Definitely through the program that we would establish, it is about a consultation with the landowner and ourselves about what is the suitable location and the tree diversity that we want. The reason there's a lot of things with respect to the species and making sure it is in the right spot. Part of our concerns is the infrastructure that's underground to make sure that we're not having infrastructure issues. So it is a collaboration, and we'll take over the tree after 3 years and we'll continue to maintain it when it's on our property. But definitely while you were having those conversations, I'm sure our arborist would be able to have additional conversations with you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I was spoken to by a tree person who said the best indicators of health of urban forest is sort of the amount of canopy as well as the diversity of species, as opposed to the quantum of trees within the city. In the report currently referenced at 0.5, will that also explore ways to enhance or expand canopy as well as the diversity of species, or would you need an amendment to do that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that we have an urban forest management strategy and we're going to be updating it, but that is our principles, is to look at how do we expand the diversity and all of those things together. I might ask Ms. Shaley to go into maybe more detail around that.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so both of these elements will be included in the work that we do, that we will bring forward in response to the motion. And as Ms. Harlech has mentioned, we are in 2023 going to be undertaking a review of our urban forest management strategy, which is quite a more comprehensive look at the urban forest and more extensive long-term planning around that. But right now we do have goals to continue to diversify our plantings, and both that and the canopy will be included within the report that we bring forward next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Just prior to having Councillor Hawkins close the debate, I'll just say much appreciation to the Ops Committee for identifying the need for real trees. Councillor Hawkins, would you like to close off debate?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just to make the obvious point that trees are critically important for removing carbon dioxide from the air and so fit very much into our renewable Regina goals. I ask you for support for this motion.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the report is carried 10-0.
Thank you very much. One moment, council, while we confer. Next on the agenda, CR 21-163, the all-season washroom report. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. The Ops Committee received a report from administration which had requested on the sufficiency of all-season washrooms in the city. I think the best way to handle this through you, Madam Mayor, is to have the administration outline the contents of the report, which is very thorough.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Do any members of council have any questions? Does administration wish to speak to the report? Thank you. Ms. Harlock?
Through Mayor Masters. So in response to the motion, the report does outline the current and future state of public washroom facilities within Regina during the winter. So the administration and PCC have existing plans to expand our washroom facilities within Regina for the winter. The current and planned future state of the washrooms and parks open spaces will help facilitate winter leisure activities in alignment with the rec master plan and our winter city strategy that was approved by council. The need for a winter washroom facility is defined by the amount of winter activity in the park, and the space that's required will be considered through the development of new washrooms, renovations of existing washrooms, or in winter amenities that are added to park spaces. So right now, the current state of washrooms is we have one in Les Sherman Park, Douglas Park, Wascana Center, by the Marina Playground in Wascana Place has that. And then the future planned, we do have one looking to build a new downtown washroom near the Pat Fiacco Plaza. That's on the books. The Wascana Center is looking at for two, one on the north and one on the south side. And then at this point, the Mount Pleasant Maintenance and Support Facility. That's at an exploratory stage as we look at that facility and upgrading it, how we would look at that. So the conversion of existing, we do have in the report some talk about the conversion and what that would take, but at this point, it is something that it's important to us with our strategies, and as we move forward with new facilities and rehabilitation, these are things that we'll also consider. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harlock. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Hawkins, would you wish to close off the report? Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the washroom report is carried 10-0.
Thank you, Council. In consideration of time, knowing that there's there's some employment appointments that need to occur, I'm going to ask and refer you to CR 21-166, Pest Control Officer Appointments. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask that you introduce the report?
I'll introduce this very quickly. These are appointments which are made for pest control officers. They were reviewed by Ops Committee, and I'd ask Council to approve them.
Does anyone have any questions? Thank you. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Moll, thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion is carried 10-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Following along that same notion, we have a pest officials bylaw. Do you want me to hang on one moment? Sorry.
I would suggest you do the tax exemption, then she can vote quickly. Do the take care.
Policies, CR 21-167, a daycare tax exemption. Councillor Stadnichuk, could I ask that you introduce that report?
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me here because it's, I have to scroll. that's not it.
One moment, city clerk's coming to your rescue.
So 160, CR 21-167 is to receive and file this report that we received from at Executive Committee regarding the property tax, 167 has to do with the Dutch,
Daycare tax exemptions.
the daycare tax exemption, sorry. Yes. So council had, the committee had discussed this at last week, and I don't see the number of daycares that are included, but perhaps I'll ask administration maybe to summarize how many daycares are on this list.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the report in front of Executive Committee and now in front of Council was a receive and file report. It was to provide information on the progress that the federal government and the province of Saskatchewan have made in terms of implementation towards the national daycare program. So we were to provide an update on that, which we had done. I know there was fulsome conversation discussion as a committee, and the ask here is to receive and file this report and remove it from the list of outstanding items for council, and administration will bring further recommendations forward next November. Thank you very much, Ms. Folk. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question. Over the last week, the province has announced measures to implement the federal provincial $10 daycare program. People in provincially funded daycare, provincially licensed daycares are receiving grants back to last July, depending on the number of children they had enrolled. How does that program and the beginning of the implementation of that program affect this request for tax exemptions, which continues from last year?
Ms. Folk? So through you, Mayor Masters, yes, actually the province did make that announcement the same day Executive Committee considered the report in front of them. Details of that are just starting to roll out, and as we outlined when we spoke 2 weeks ago, we will just start having consultations with daycares as more information is available in the first quarter of 2022. So I believe Ms. Steiner was here speaking to us saying that details are just starting to become made available. So we will have those consultations, and then that will inform recommendations going forward for 2023 or 2022, 2023. My dates, I'm getting my after this year.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just quickly, we did also talk about locations and where they're needed, and reaching out to either the community associations or the schools that have them in the schools and where the demand is. Because I will just say, just in my area, there's a wait list of 1,500 applicants waiting for daycare. So, there you go. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Bresciani, is there a question there for administration?
No, it was just for them to take it because they're looking at locations, and so they're going to connect with organizations to see where, with the provincial government, to where some of these daycares need to be located for growth, but also inner city. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes. So coming out of our conversation, most of the engagement will be led by the Ministry of Education, as they are the ministry responsible for childcare within the province, and we'll ensure that we have those conversations and discussions with them in terms of identifying locations for daycares. Thank you, Ms. Pope. Any further questions on the motion? I do need a seconder. Councillor Bresciani? Thank you. City Clerk, please call the question.
Mayor Masters, the report is carried 10-0.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll apologize to Deputy Mayor Stadnichuk for the confusion on that last one. All right, so the method to that was bleeding into the two bylaws that are before council are pest officials bylaw for reading and daycare tax bylaw. I will have Councillor Stadnichuk will consider bylaw number 2021-71. I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stadnichuk to do the first reading for the bylaw.
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that bylaw 2021-71 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I will ask City Clerk to call the vote.
Mayor Masters, first reading is passed 10-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Councillor Stadnichuk, can you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2021-71 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have any questions? Thank you. I'll call the question, please. City Clerk?
Mayor Masters, second reading is passed 10-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Councillor Stadnichuk, can you please do the third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that council hereby consents to bylaw 2021-71 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
It's okay. Is she reading both bylaws? Okay. Mayor Masters' third reading consent is approved unanimously at 10-0.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Councillor Stadnichuk, can you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw 2021-71 be read a third time.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Please call the vote, City Clerk.
Mayor Masters' third reading is passed 10-0. Yeah.
We'll now consider bylaw 21-75, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stadnichuk to do the first reading for this bylaw.
Right. This is the daycare tax exemption agreement bylaw. I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that bylaw 2021-75 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. City Clerk, please call the vote.
John, did you vote? Mayor Masters' first reading is carried 10-0.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stadnichuk, can I ask you to do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2021-75 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, second reading is passed 10-0.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk, could I ask that you please do the third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that council hereby consents to bylaw 2021-75 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, third reading consent is passed unanimously 10-0.
Thank you very much. To that end, Councillor Stanichuk, can you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw 2021-75 be read a third time.
City Clerk, call the vote. Thank you.
Mayor Masters, third reading is passed 10-0.
Thank you very much. So carried. Next, Council, we have two notices of motions to be read onto the record this evening, as Councillor Zakidniak is away, and motion 21-15, food security motion, will be also read by Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stevens, can I ask you to introduce MN 21-114 and only read out the therefore statements for the record?
So on dash 14, therefore be it resolved that City Council call on the province of Saskatchewan to review all income support programs, income support delivery models, and income support rates with the aim of eliminating poverty in Saskatchewan. Consider the implications of implementing a basic income program, fund in full Regina's plan to end homelessness, increase funding for paratransit and conventional transit services to provide assistance to lower income residents, work with the city and community organizations to develop culturally appropriate housing options, supports, and other anti-poverty initiatives, collaborate with the city to advance and finance the community well-being and public safety strategy, and provide full funding for the Ritzis and City of Regina managed housing and anti-poverty facility and programs that emerge from Camp Hope until such time as those services are no longer required in Regina.
Thank you. All questions, discussions are held until December 8th council meeting. I would ask you now, Councillor Stevens, to introduce MN 21-15 and only read out the therefore statements for the record.
Be it resolved that administration be directed to report back to the Operations and Community Services Committee on the following: the adoption of permaculture principles for maintenance of existing park space, community garden expansion, and new initiatives, opportunities to increase planting of edible vegetation, native plants, and grasses in city parks and open spaces through the Parks Master Plan process, opportunities to include fruit trees in parks and as part of the tree donation program and tree day program as outlined in report OSC 21-34 State of the Urban Forest, conduct jurisdictional research on opportunities to promote and expand the city's community garden policy, including consideration of additional supports and incentives to use vacant properties, and report back on this research by Q2 2022. Conduct jurisdictional research to establish policies permitting the expansion of urban agriculture, specifically but not limited to bees and chickens, by Q2 of 2022.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. All right, circling around, we are going to do CR 21-165, the Clean Streets Update. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask you to please introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Bear with me for half a second here. This is a recommendation from the Ops Committee that Council consider an improved communication strategy, option 3, and that's set out in the report, and the implementation of a summer maintenance sweep program, option 4, during the 2022 budget process. This has a long history to it, going back some 2.5 years into the previous council. The issue was whether we should have a second full summer sweep program, and the report contains recommendations, but the recommendations are as set out. First of all, that a improved communication strategy be adopted for letting people know when the summer street program was going to happen. And indeed, that has happened now over the last year, even ahead of this report. And secondly, implementation of a summer maintenance sweep program. There is a limited summer sweep program recommended for the central areas of the city. One which focuses primarily on the downtown core, major roads prior to special events such as the Cathedral Arts Festival, Queen City Marathon, new subdivision, and areas that see an unusual amount of material on the roadway through the summer. Also provide the city an opportunity to revisit areas that have now had low vehicle compliance during the original summer sweep program. So this is really a streamlined program in response to a request should we have another full summer street program. I'd ask for a seconder and council support for the program as recommended.
Thank you. I have a seconder and Councillor Stanichuk. Do any members of council wish to speak to the report? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I just want to be clear on the scope of it. So the summer maintenance sweep program isn't a full city sweep. It's targeted. And the estimated cost is $76,000, that's correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
Can I ask why administration did not aim for something a bit more comprehensive, especially in areas where the other side of the tree canopy is the fact that it creates a problem around drainage? Why did you not consider something a bit more comprehensive where the entire streets and areas would be actually swept, not just targeted locations?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Administration certainly did provide some information in the report around expanding and completing a secondary spring sweep, so I guess citywide sweep, and also the financial implications, which were fairly high. So administration took a look at, what were some of our issues that we're faced with after the spring sweep was completed and before the fall sweep began in October of the following, after basically the summer construction season has wrapped up, and found that the majority of the issues that we're finding during the summer were, to Councillor Hawkins' initial comments, areas where we may have missed during the spring sweep, to areas where there had been some new developments or some construction projects that had brought some of that debris into the roadway surface, and then also an ability to support some of the community events, such as the marathons and the parades and things like that we see take place during the summer months. So really, it was an effort to be able to fill in those gaps where we found the greatest need during the summer construction season, and in between the two programs that we currently have. So the question around the drainage, so we currently do have a fall sweep, and that begins basically at the end of the construction season and the essentially beginning of the winter maintenance season. So we've got a very small window to complete that work currently, again, primarily due to the leaves falling and the ground freezing. And we so currently work with our partners in sewer and drainage operations who have identified some of their main issues, some of the streets where they have seen historic flooding issues, and that's what comprises that program today. We are currently working with those same partners in sewer and drainage operations to see if there is a possibility to expand on that program, if they're seeing an increase in some of the flooding with some of the tree coverage and some of the other areas that we currently don't do, and that is something that we are working with them over the winter to see if there's a possibility of expanding on that program.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment, basically that the city consider a full summer maintenance sweep through the 2023 budget process. Sorry, Amber, I don't have an email for you.
One moment, council, while city clerk gets it up on screen. Councillor Stevens, did you wish to speak to your amendment while it's being written?
Only if I have a seconder.
Does Councillor Stevens have a seconder? Councillor LeBlanc.
The reality in many neighborhoods is that you are privileged to have a lake that forms on your street during these massive rainfalls. I can count at least 3 or 4 occasions or in the summer where that happened in older neighborhoods. The drain program is working, people are diligently going out there, but the rainfalls were so severe and heavy that you couldn't account for it and get out there fast enough. And it happened frequently. I think the weather patterns are such that it might happen more frequently. The other thing is about this motion is it doesn't guarantee that it ends up in the 2023 budget, but it could actually dovetail with what Mr. Warren suggested, which is we'll do a review, we'll see the implications, but we can start that planning process now to see how the system works this summer and anticipate it being included in the 2023 budget and process. There used to be a summer sweep program. I think it's worthwhile. The other thing I would like to mention is if you do live in an older neighborhood, you already have a composting program on your street. The canopy is beautiful, but it piles and accumulates and rots very quickly. I love it, but I think we can make up for that with an additional sweep. And if administration wants to consider targeted areas that are entire sweeps and not just post-events, that's fine, but this motion would set in motion an understanding of what that would cost and the effects of what we're introducing this summer.
Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is almost in contradiction to the motion that's before Council. Motion before Council deals with 2022 and the budget process. The origin was that just this idea that we should have a full sweep was to be considered by the administration, make a recommendation to the 2022 budget process. They've made their recommendation. It seems to me to just move this again just repeats this process one more time. And for that reason, I'll oppose it. I think that the motion before you should be given a chance to see if it works and to see if there are further problems. It's also possible in the motion before us that if there are certain problems in certain areas, that the sweep will be extended to those areas. So rather than having a blanket sweep, we have a more targeted approach, which from a financial point of view makes sense. So I oppose this, but only because I think we have a plan in 2022 that we first need to see whether it works before we get into 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani?
Yes, I would agree. We had a discussion about this at committee, and because it is targeted, so there'd be nothing wrong with Councillor Stevens. If there's a certain area that is deemed that they need to have the sweep come out, that area could be done. So I will not be supporting this at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no further questions on the amendment, I will ask City Clerk, actually, Councillor Stevens, you can close it off if you like. Go ahead.
I got nothing else.
You got nothing?
It's fine.
City Clerk, could you please call the vote on the amendment?
Mayor Masters, with respect to the amendment, there are 2 members voting in favor, Councillors Stevens and LeBlanc. There are 8 members against, Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Moe, and yourself. That is 8. The motion is defeated.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council, we go back to the main motion. Anyone else wishing to speak to the main motion? Seeing none, I'll ask Clerk to call the vote.
So, Mayor, I just have to talk to you before we proceed. Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0.
Council, it's 5:30. We have one item left, which is food and yard waste service. So I'm going to ask the question. It's an adjournment, it's a continuation for some time directly, or it's a pause for half an hour for supper, and we reconvene at 6 o'clock and debate this last issue. Councillor Hawkins?
I move we continue and finish the the last motion.
Thank you. I'll call, can Councillor Hawkins have a seconder to just continue? Councillor Shaw? Any opposed? Sorry. Councillor Bresciani, did you wish to speak to it or just oppose it?
I'm opposed.
Oppose it? Thank you. Apparently, Council, we have some mood lighting for the last item on the agenda. We'll now consider CR 21-164 for food and yard waste service. Councillor Hawkins, I ask that you introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a topic, this is the organic waste program, a topic that has been debated now extensively by two councils, and councils will be familiar with it. But I want to move the recommendation from the Ops Committee and then just make one comment, and I know councilors will have comments as well, that we approve a citywide residential, year-round, curbside, food and yard waste collection and processing service that has the following as a minimum: collects food, scrape the plate, 240-liter green cart, weekly between April and October, bi-weekly between November and March, and permits compostable bags. 2, approve the continuation of the service to approximately 2,800 households receiving food and yard waste services as part of the pilot program. 3, authorize the Executive Director of Citizen Services to initiate a public procurement process, and then there are several processes here set out, 10 years in duration. The first one is to engage a contractor to provide processing services for the food and yard waste. The next one is to engage one or more contractor for a term of 10 years for pickup and transportation of the waste from organic waste green carts and recycling blue carts, and initiate a procurement process for a supplier to provide brown, blue, and green carts for citywide residential curbside solid waste services, etc. That's a brief description of what the organic waste program is. I think it's important to remind people why we want an organic waste program, and I'll do it in the following way. It's in order to make our landfill green, to reduce the amount of methane gas produced by our landfill, and in order to reduce the extent of our landfill in order to save money, because running landfills is very expensive. The only other comment I want to make is that the pilot program has shown conclusively, and the administration may want to comment on this, the pilot program has shown very conclusively that this has been a very popular program with the city residents who were part of the pilot program. So I'd ask for, and this was all extensively talked about by the Ops Committee, and so I'd ask on their behalf that council approve this program. I'll need a seconder.
Councillor Hawkins needs a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. I will turn it over to administration to address organics. Mr. Enright. I'm not sure that's a promotion. Go on.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So administration brings forward this report on the curbside food and yard waste service implementation in pursuit of the approved recommendations from CR 1892, organic waste service recommendation. This report details the citywide implementation plan for food and yard waste collection and processing service in 2023 based on the pilot results and participation feedback. The city conducted a one-year pilot project from September 2020 through September of 2021 to test service details and inform the recommendations within the report. The food and yard waste service moves the city closer to council's target of diverting 65% of residential household waste from the landfill. Our priority is providing waste services to the community overall and offering options to residents that have waste needs in excess of the average resident. Service levels are set based on cart set-out rates and percentage full. Administration is recommending City Council approve the implementation of the food and yard waste collection and processing service that collects scrape-the-plate food waste and yard material, uses a 240-liter green cart for that collection, collects green carts bi-weekly in the winter and weekly during the winter months, and allows the use of compostable plastic bags. Administration also makes recommendations that Council authorize administration to initiate, negotiate, award, approve, and amend contracts for the food and yard waste processing, blue and green cart collection, and procurement of brown, blue, and green carts. In addition, administration is recommending Council approve the city continue to provide food and yard waste service to approximately 2,800 households that receive the pilot service until implementation of the citywide service. I think it's important to keep in mind that September of 2018, CR 18-92, the organic waste service recommendation, that City Council approved a residential year-round curbside food and yard waste collection and processing service beginning with a one-year pilot. The one-year pilot was behind about 6 months due to COVID, so that was a delay. The collection services, so what's being asked for is to go to a third party for collection services, but the reason recycling or the blue cart collection service is included in that is in 2023 that contract is up, and this aligns the two contracts together. We've done a lot of analysis. If you look nationally, there are only 2 jurisdictions that do full service internally. Every other jurisdiction that we had reviewed has a combination of both. They have third-party collection services as well as internal collection services. I think what that does is provides a balance to keep market adjustments in line with the costs. So with that, I will hand it back to Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. I have Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just a few questions about how we managed to do the pilot project. So through the mayor, how many staff were involved in collecting organic waste in the green bin pilot project? And were we required to purchase specific trucks or equipment in order to do this? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment on the details of the pilot project.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So for the pilot project, we had one truck that was picking up solid organics, and that included one driver. Also, the processing site was at the landfill and incorporated into our landfill operations. So we had 3 to 4 staff that would do pile flips about once a month or once every month and a half, and that was incorporated into the existing landfill operations.
Thank you for that. In the Table 3 organic waste processing that shows the comparison of 13 cities, well, including Regina, 13 cities, there is a variety of cities, and Mr. Onright kind of referred to this, that some own their own organics processing facility, some might contract that out, some collect organics and some don't. So in terms of all of the the models that you're looking at, the only proposal that we have before us is that everything be done by a private contractor, both the collection and the composting facility. Can you provide any information in terms that would kind of satisfy council members that that is the best cost-effective proposal, and it also takes into account other pros and cons that we might have by owning our own facility, by selling the compost, or by generating energy, or anything else like that? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment. So when you look at whether or not the city should house that internally, so first of all, there's a huge capital cost component to this, both in the processing and in the collection services. When we look at the pilot, we had 2,800 residents in that pilot, so a very small model compared to the overall service in the city. If you look at the overall service in the city, you have approximately 66,000 households. When in the proposal, you will see the recommendation where brown cart service goes to bi-weekly, but your organic service goes to weekly in the summertime, and that is because your yard waste will increase in the summer. You will need that weekly pickup. The city would need to purchase additional trucks and equipment to be able to deliver on that service. The pilot, we were able to cover the pilot off because of the schedule for the 2,800 with one additional truck converted over to be able to make those collections. If you look at a citywide service, we would need additional equipment to be able to do that, somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 trucks. The cost of those trucks is approximately $400,000 outfitted to do the collection. I won't get into the detail of the costing because that would jeopardize the ability to drive value and cost to the city going through a public procurement process. So I will not be providing that information in this meeting. I'll ask Mr. Doney to add further comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll touch on the processing facility a little bit. So there will be a range of options for processing facilities, and our current recommendation is to issue the RFP and allow the marketplace to submit proposals, which will have a range of different options. We believe that provides the best value for residents and will allow us to get into a contract, but not lock us into a very long-term situation where we would have significant capital investment. We expect that the market and the technology will change significantly over the long term, and this allows us to get the project up and going in 2023 and beyond, and then make adjustments in the future if that market changes and the technology changes.
Madam Mayor, I would like to move that we go into private session to get some more information about the costs of doing an RFP. I think that it would be really important because we're not going to be able to get a business case because of this RFP. We're not going to be able to get those kinds of detailed information, and I think it would be worthwhile us knowing what why the decision is to go for an RFP.
Councillor Stanachek requires a seconder to go in camera. Councillor Stevens. We'll have a recorded vote.
Mayor Masters, the vote to go in camera carries in a vote to 7-3. Those voting in favor, Councillors Finduras, Stadnicek, Stevens, LeBlanc, Nanson, Amol, and yourself. Those voting against were Councilors Hawkins, Bresciani, and Shaw.
Thank you. Council will recuse itself from the room and we'll recess for 15 minutes. We'll meet in the Larry Schneider room, folks, and be back in 15. And we'll report back if we're not back in 15. In camera, I just want to let the public know, no decisions were made in private. It was a matter of information sharing only. Councillor Stanachek, I just want to double check. Do you have any further questions for administration?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about that. Thank you for that through the chair. I was just wondering, do we currently set aside decommissioning cost fees for our landfill?
Mayor Masters, yes, we do.
Are these taxpayer funded?
Through your worship, yes, they are. I'll ask Mr. Lacey to comment on the reserve that is set up.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, and I'll ask Mr. Doney maybe just to add additional commentary. So it wouldn't be funded through the property tax base, it's funded through fees and charges related to the landfill. And I see Mr. Doney shaking his head yes in the affirmative.
Thank you. To what order are these amounts?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, you're referring to the
amount set aside per year.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to refer that question to Mr. Doney.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we have a solid waste financial plan, a 25-year plan that includes the decommissioning of the landfill. So the landfill rates pay for the overall operation of the landfill and the decommissioning of the landfill. The actual costs for the decommissioning landfill are in the range of $20 to $30 million.
Okay. And that's based on the usage of the landfill and the approximate timeline it's going to be used for. So in essence, by diverting this matter from the landfill, we're prolonging the life of it and subsequently deflating the amount owed for these decommissioning fees as well. So there's actually a little bit of a tax savings at play in here in the end. Is that wrong or correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, through this program, we will extend the life of the landfill. And this program really is the start of the potential of the future programs to divert even more food and yard waste from the landfill. So by deferring, or by extending the life of the landfill, yes, we are reducing that cost and deferring that capital until the landfill does need to be closed.
Okay, so as we stretch open the life of it, we also stretch open the amount of time we have to pay this back. Do you track how we're doing in this process compared to other municipalities across Canada?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we have implemented a program at the landfill that is based on our compaction rates and GPS to ensure that we are extending the life of the landfill as much as possible with all of the operational changes and benefits. Regarding other municipalities, every municipality is in a unique situation and would have different landfill lives based on when they're open and when they're closed. So we don't track in detail the lifespan of other municipalities, but we do work with them very closely to ensure our landfill is as efficient as possible and, of course, meets all the regulatory requirements that are required.
What about the rates of matter going into the landfill for how much gets set aside for recycling and such? How do we stack against other municipalities at that currently? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I will comment that the City of Regina residents, we do produce a lot of garbage compared to other cities. And so that is something that we're working to adjust and to provide more education so that we can reduce the amount of waste that we generate. Approximately 25% 25% more waste is generated by residents in Regina than other cities, and that would be, we see that at our landfill.
And that's one of the real reasons behind why we're having to start programs like this, just to put a point to it through the chair? Is that wrong thinking?
Through you, Mayor Masters, when we look at the waste hierarchy, it is very important to start at the top, which is to reduce the amount of waste that we produce. And if we can't reduce the amount of waste we produce, then we need to recycle it through recycling or food and yard waste programs like this.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the report. Support it. Long overdue. I have two undertakings. One, this report is mapping out the implementation of a composting program. Awesome. The first undertaking is because there's an assumption that we'll switch to bi-weekly garbage collection throughout the year. What I would ask is when that comes forward, administration gives consideration to where this might be a problem in certain communities. If you look at back alleys, the number of blue bins used as garbage bins, you can find areas where that's a huge problem. I think for the most part, this is going to work just fine in the city. I would respectfully request that that's thought about when the report comes forward at some point on changing garbage pickup service. I think that sensitivity is important. It can look at bylaw, it can look at all sorts of factors, and by that point we might have more information from the Clean Community Initiative, which I understand administration is working on, so an undertaking. The other is when this rolls out citywide, some consideration is given to a compost bag pickup program like we do with the sand. Not everybody gets it, but it'd be a great way to educate people. There are going to be folks who won't be able to afford it, say they can't afford it, or would rather have a bag to put it in. I would recommend that we at least think about it, cost it, and figure out how we can use community centers and spaces for people to pick up this like they come and pick up city sand for their sidewalks. So right now I understand no implications financially, something to consider going forward. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Just picking up on Councillor Stevens' first undertaking, which is just looking for confirmation from administration that voting in favor of the 7 recommendations does not commit us to reducing garbage service in the future. That's not implicated directly in one of these 7 decision points. Through the mayor.
Administration.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Councillor LeBlanc, are you referring to the second item in the recommendations?
Oh, sorry. Nothing in any of the 7 recommendations would amount to council approving a reduction in the frequency of garbage pickup beginning in 2023.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so the recommendations in the report you would see our solid waste or our brown bin collection go to bi-weekly, not weekly. So it's bi-weekly in the winter and it's weekly in the summer. You would see it bi-weekly for 12 months. The reason for that is through the pilot, we saw the diversion rate go from 20% on average, which is about what our diversion rate has been across the city. That increased to just over 50% diversion rate. So we see where the solid waste collection could be reduced, and that offsets the cost for the organics program. So in the report, you'll see about $7.5 million for the organics program overall. By going to bi-weekly, you reduce that about $1.5 million, which leaves you at a net cost at about $6 million. So that is the piece that would be adjusted.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Masters, Mr. Onrait, can you just point me to which of the 7 recommendations implicates that? I may just move a motion to vote on that separately.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Doney to give the detail on that. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the decision to go to biweekly garbage was made by council in 2018 in the report, and so this report before you is really the implementation of the Food and Yard Waste Plan. So the biweekly garbage decision was made in 2018 on that CR, the report that's referenced anyways from 2018. The Clean Communities motion that was made, that report will come forward in early Q2, and if council wants to adjust the biweekly garbage, that's an opportunity at that time to have that conversation.
Great. Okay, I understand from that, and I take it that the decision of biweekly was made some time ago.
Yeah.
Nothing in this report further entrenches that, and we'll have an opportunity to discuss frequency of garbage pickup when the Clean Communities motion comes back. So on that basis, I won't move any amendment to divide this up in any way, but I would say I remain ambivalent about whether we should have bi-weekly pickup in all areas of the city year-round, but we can have that discussion later, so I'll support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So, there's been a lot of work done. I appreciate the work. The one concern I have, and I'm going to go through the financial impact, and the concern I have is the fact that, and we had this when it came to us at the last council, was we got the information on this, and it was kind of sent back because we actually wanted to know what is the cost going to be for this. We can't approve a program without having the cost. That was loud and clear. Administration went back and came back and said, we will do a pilot project. So we will get the cost, we'll have a better idea how it's going to work. We can then take the waste and go bi-weekly and see if that works. Great. Everything has been done. It comes back today with the same thing. We've got a report here that's detailed, outlined, but there is nothing to, again, how it's going to be funded. And that is huge to the taxpayer. It's huge. Number one, I'm not sure many want this. Some do, but the majority, I would say, and I remember the conversation with the recycling. It's about engaging, and it's about getting an awareness. And I know this is kind of the way many cities have gone. And I supported it throughout this whole, but the concern I have, if I can't go back to my residents and say, okay, it's either going to be, we've decided the green bin's going to go forward, and it's going to be done through a user pay, just like recycle. I can then support this. But I can't support this not knowing how this is going to be funded. And I guess I'm concerned with the fact that not having that information in this report, I think sets council up to fail, because we have to be answerable to the residents. And whether a report didn't come or should have come earlier or whatever, it's the job of administration to bring that with this. And if we needed to get it in by 2022, then it comes now so we can have that conversation on the council floor, not to be pressured to say, we got to make this decision now, and we'll talk about the costing, funding, or the model after you've approved the $5 million that we've bought all the bins and move forward with this, and you've approved it, but we still have to have the conversation of what it's going to cost, or not what it's going to cost, how it will be funded. I see in the report, it's an approximation of 105 to 120 per year, or approximately 3% mill rate increase. But I believe it really puts, and I'll only speak for myself, me in a predicament because I have to be able to respond to that. And I can't go back and say, I'm going to approve this, because I can't approve it until I know what the funding model is going to be. So I'd like a response from administration and how we can have the funding model and this report come together so we can make this decision collectively without delay. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rusciani. Mr. Onright?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters. So, Councillor Bresciani, as you'd indicated, the costs are in the report. Approximately $6 million for the service and $105 to $120 per household. How is this going to be funded? There are only 3 ways that it can be funded. Tax-based, or user-based, or a combination of both. That report is coming in Q2 of 2022. The reason that report is not in front of you today is because the Clean Communities report, depending on what council decides, that is a service delivery discussion, and that the outcome of that discussion will influence the costs of delivering the service. So the overall service needs to be taken into consideration when you're looking at how this is going to be funded. And that report is not in front of you today. The other thing to keep in mind is the organics program was approved by council in 2018. This is just the implementation of that approval. So the 5.5, this report isn't whether or not there's going to be an organics program. That was already decided in 2018. This report has a budget request in it for $5.5 million, which is 70,000 carts to be able to put the organic service in place. And the costing model, as was discussed a few months ago, will come forward in Q2 of 2022 that will outline all of the costs associated with collection services and the funding model for that, whether it be user-based, tax-based, or a combination of both, will be in front of council to make a decision as to the best way to fund the program. So if administration had to go back and do the work and bring all that together at one time, it will delay the start date of 2023.
So, again, and I don't want to get into administration bringing reports and timing and this and that, but if the clean communities had to be discussed first, and that had to be decided, and then, as we talk about this, wouldn't have that clean communities been something that comes first? And then this, I'm struggling with the fact that, I have to make a decision on, because I don't know how it's going to be funded. And I'll tell you that I think it's unfair because we're going to make a decision tonight where I don't have that report, I don't have that information, I don't have that cost, and I absolutely do not feel comfortable making that decision tonight. So, again, I'd like to know, is the option to, what, I guess, clean communities, when is that, can that come sooner? Or is it, again, why can't that clean communities come sooner?
Through you, Mayor Masters, Clean Communities report was tabled. That report is coming forward, I believe, in January, because there's no room left on agendas to bring it sooner.
So, can I ask, through you, Madam Mayor, can administration, because this goes hand in hand with this report. Can the Clean Communities not come with this and to next council? If I was to table it until the next council meeting to have that other report so it comes collectively to look at, and a recommendation from administration on the costing and the options for how it's going to be funded.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think the other thing to take into consideration to get definite costs on delivery of service and the processing piece, those RFPs will be going out, and until we get the RFPs back, we don't have definite costing to be able to put into the funding model. So the Clean Communities is one piece of it. We need the information coming back from the RFPs to get finite costing on what the funding model for the overall waste plan will look like, to bring back to council for discussion and determination on what model would best be supported to fund this.
And is that the best model you're saying collectively for garbage, recycle, and compost, all of it collectively together?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
And so what you're saying is that that report, if we don't have to know the exact, we already know what the other two are. We have a ballpark here of what it's going to cost. Why, I guess, why could that not come back to us in the next month, if I was to table this to the next month, to bring that back? And if we know what, here's the ballpark right here. The concern is not the exact amount. The concern for me is how it's funded. That's the kicker here. And you know what? I'll be honest. If you go to a resident and say, hey, you know what? We're thinking of bringing in the green bins. The first question they're going to ask is, how is it going to be funded? Is it going to come out of the tax base? Is it going to be, like, they want to know that too. So I struggle with the fact that we've got one piece of the information, but I mean, the other piece, part of this decision should have been, as a council, how do we want this paid for? Is it going to be a user fee? Is it going to be a, that's the concern I have.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment on timing of bringing information back.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so as Mr. Onright has mentioned, once we stabilize the service, which will include decisions on the Clean Communities, then we will be able to finalize the solid waste financial model, which will indicate the cost to deliver the collection and processing services. We've indicated in the report the cost, either user fee or on the taxes, what that will look like. And the report is planned to come forward in Q2 of 2022 for garbage, blue cart, and green cart, as far as how we will pay for them, whether it's through taxes or through user fee. In order to meet Council's goal of 65% residential diversion, we need to have a food and yard waste program.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Unraid had indicated that. So there's nothing else that can supplement this to help us come to a solution to know how this is going to be paid.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we're using estimates. The market will determine what the pricing is going to be. As I indicated earlier, the recycling contract is up in 2023. That is going to be brought forward with the organics program to determine what that price of collection services is. I think there's risk in not having that information in front of council when you determine what the funding model will look like.
I'll leave it there. The last comment, I think there's a risk also to not have how this model is going to be paid for. That's a risk that I think and I can't support it like this and I won't support it for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor Gratiani. Councillor Shaw.
So just to go along the same lines, that was my concern is saying that we're going to do it, and then we don't know what's going to be the ramifications of doing it. If we table this till the other report comes through, what are the implications? Like, what will... Through
you, Mayor Masters, you would be looking at a 2024 for sure implementation.
So, going on the fact that our budget's coming out in a couple of weeks, going on the fact that I'm just having a lot of concern as to why can't we put this off for another year? With everything that's going on right now, we don't have the costs in front of us. We don't know how we're going to pay for this. Is it not more responsible for us as council to put this off for a year till we have the right, with all the correct information in order to go back to our residents to say this is what it's going to cost? Now what do you guys think? I just feel that would be a much more responsible decision for us as council to address it that way.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I think taking everything into consideration and what we've put forward in the report, the direction in 2018 was an implementation plan for 2023. We followed that direction. That's why you have the report in front of you today.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. That question has been asked and answered twice now. So do you have a new question for administration or a comment?
I just can't support this. I can't. I want to. I mean, I think this is a great idea, but based on the knowledge that I have, I can't support this to go back to my residents to say, I made this decision with absolutely no implications of what it's going to cost you as a taxpayer and me as a taxpayer. So for that reason, it's sad that I can't support this. So.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, we referenced 2013. We referenced Blue Bin. We referenced costs. We've been referencing all these things. We're referencing that we don't have the cost, what's going to be, how we're going to pay for this. Going through the survey, my small estimation, I could be wrong, but I take it as that 38% of individuals out of the 2,800 houses are not satisfied. They could be totally not satisfied. Some are not satisfied, but might use the bin. So even that small portion of the individuals that were surveyed are not totally satisfied. And being the former council, discussing with the residents, and a large number of the residents were talking to me, telling me, saying, yeah, you can put the bin in my yard, but I'm going to put it in the back and I'm not going to use it. That's not a good thing to hear, right? I'm concerned with that. Because the reason I'm concerned with that, I do believe this is a good thing to do. I compost. I have 2 compost bins in the back. My garbage is probably the third. I mean, my garbage could be taken away maybe once a month. Blue could go twice a week, as long as I don't get any more little cards in my mailbox. So this is the concern, and I'm looking at, as it says, a 3% mill rate increase, maybe. Again, $10 maybe on the water bill. Already hearing from the seniors that can't survive or live in their houses because the water bill is high. On the water bill is the blue bin. The green's going to end up on that. It becomes very troublesome. 2013, we were told about the blue that's going to be 65, and now we are talking about green is going to bring us to 65. Blue didn't do that from the 2013 to now. That didn't work out. So the skepticism from the residents, what I'm hearing is, how is this green going to work to bring us to that point? It's just going to cost us again. So up to this point from 2013, we in millions of dollars that we spent on providing the blue bin service and very small return on the preventing or providing the support to the landfills so that we're not losing it in 20 years or 30 years. That doesn't balance for some reason. So when we look at the discussion we've had about the green, comments were made or questions were asked. There are private individuals out there that are actually doing the green bin and on organics pickup. So the question being asked of me, why are we going into the business when there are individuals out there that are already providing the service and selling the organic stuff, and it's making its way around? I don't want to stand in the way of green, of blue. I am blue, I am green. I've got very little stuff that leaves my yard or leaves my house that goes into the garbage can. But again, the concerns is the taxpayer is the end user that's going to be on the hook, and we have an older community that they cannot afford already what we've got now. How they, as citizens, can afford the next thing. So that's the concern. I know we need to protect the environment, but my next question is, we're talking about 10 to 15 trucks running around the streets again, adding more into the beating up our streets and damaging the sidewalks, putting more emissions into the atmosphere, into the air. So unless we find something like electric, whatever, that's fine. But the costing of what we are trying to implement here, again, I'm not going to return this, but it didn't work for the blue. I'm being asked, is it going to work for the green? If the skepticism out there is, it's not going to go for the green. And I'm concerned with the large number of 38% out of the 2,800 houses that are not satisfied. So when you go into the greater Regina, you're going to find that it'll be a larger number that are not satisfied. Because when I look at the even 7 to 8% are saying that they are not satisfied, but they will use it. That worries me, that you're not getting the complete buy-in. So I do agree with the comment saying, we don't know what the cost is going to be. What's the difference waiting for another year? We rushed into the one, we didn't make a good decision, we're going to rush into another one. So I would support, refer this back, and let's look at this with the good conscience on, can the citizens and a certain demographics, especially now in the pandemic, folks don't have much, cash is not there.
Councilor Bandura, I'm going to just let you know, just to wind it up.
Yep, okay, I will. So my concern is, I support the green. I'm doing already. I asked the question before when we talked about this. Why can't we have depots that we can pick up? There's a depot right now at the landfill. Why can't we have depots around the city that the individuals can drop things off? Costs us nothing. It's just it's a buy-in from the residents to do something. So I'll leave it at that. I'm just not comfortable with not knowing exactly what's going on, and the numbers and the percentages, mill rate increases, and all that. It worries me. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bandura. Councilor Moll.
Further to what many other councilors has mentioned, will we get to vote on the costing model and the funding model?
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mayor Masters, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear.
Will we as council be able to vote on the funding model?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins, I have yet to speak. Did you want to close off debate or after I go? That's all right, sir. I feel you. Let's see if I can do this real quick. What is the value of extending the landfill by 2.5 years in monetary numbers?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the price of a new landfill is approximately $100 million. And so every year that we can extend it reduces that cost of a new capital investment. Also, this 2.5 years is the start. And so if we are able to implement this program, we'll then look to roll it out for other industries within the city and have much larger impact on the landfill.
Thank you. Knowing it's not just about money, I'm just going to narrow this down. How long does a landfill last?
Through you, Mayor Masters, our current estimate is approximately 28 years. We review that on a regular basis and look to see how we can extend that through operational changes and by diverting from the landfill.
So about $3.5 million a year, if my math is correct. And I appreciate 28 years. It's a neat number. So about $3.5 million a year in savings in terms of extending by 2.5. Thank you. I'm curious of administration, is there FCM funding available in any regard relative to the purchase of this capital asset?
Through you, Mayor Masters, not that I am aware of. Mr. Doney is shaking his head no.
Have we reached out to FCM to ask the question?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, as we're recommending to enter into the contracts, we would not typically be eligible for funding from the municipality or from the FCM because we're not going to own the asset at the end, is my current understanding.
Understood. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, I have no further questions. Please close off debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. The cost of not going ahead tonight with this program that we've already approved and that we're already committed to will be borne by your children and your grandchildren, who will live through bigger floods than we're seeing, hotter summers than we're seeing, who will live through climate change. We're at a decision point here. The world has now accepted that the climate is warming and accepted that we have to do something about it. This is clearly something that will do something about it. It'll reduce the methane in the air, a gas 4 times more toxic than CO2. It will make our city greener. It will improve the lives of our residents for years to come. We have pretty good certainty on this. We have a report before us which sets out the number 5.5 million. There are some pieces yet to be filled in, but this is a bargain. It's more than a bargain. It's necessary for us to do it as responsible citizens, not only for people in Regina today, but for people in Regina into the future. I'm also convinced that the residents of Regina support this. Nobody likes to pay taxes, but the residents of Regina are clearly saying to us, we are ready to do our bit to make this a greener city to reach our goal of renewable Regina by 2050. I urge you to support this. We've been committed to it. This administration has done work on it. We're on the eve of moving ahead. Now is not the time to be retrogressive.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. City Clerk, I'll ask that you call the vote.
The motion is carried 9-2. All members are voting in favor with the exceptions of Councilors Bresciani and Shaw.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, a motion for adjourn. Can I have a seconder? Can I just ask the question, is anyone opposed? Hearing none, thank you. Thank you, administration, for the work. Thanks, council, and city clerks as always.